My people rang me up a couple of weeks ago. Yeah, I've got people and a phone and a grasp on the passage of time. Yeah, they rang me up, said, Tim, will you go on Ruth Jones' show? They want you to sing a song, it'll be fine, fine, fine. But the problem with my particular oeuvre is that half my songs are 5 minutes and over. And the wisdom here at the BBC is that viewers switch off if you go past 3. And a lot of my songs have a bit of bad language, which causes the viewers untold anguish. It seems their tolerance for smuttiness is reserved for pussy puns on Are You Being Served? And so I need a song that only goes for 3 minutes without no bums or blasphemy in it. A lovely little song specifically written for the delicate skin of middle-class Britain. I need a song with a chorus and a verse with no nasty-ass cussing and a cussing. I'm a little too lewd and a little too long. I gotta find myself a 3-minute song. And they said, remember boy, that music is like love making. It's simply self-indulgent to take it past 3 minutes. Remember boy, that music is like love making. Everybody loves a pianist, but length must have a limit. So you need a song that only goes for 3 minutes without no pornography or politics in it. You're a little verbose and a little bit wrong. You gotta find yourself a clean living 3-minute song. 300 beats at 100 beats a minute with nice clean jokes and a hoedown in it. Something for the telly that never ever fails to appease the viewers of BBC Wales. And even in the bridge, I won't be lyrically adventurous, intellectually unmentionous, or racially contentious, and I won't make double entendres at the expense of the Chinese. For China is a country that can bring me to my knees. For China, for China, for China, for China, for China is a country that will bring us to our knees. Ooh, Mr. Humphreys, my pussy is all wet. 2, 3, foreskin. I need a little happy clappy country song, nice and repetitive and not too long, boring enough but not too boring, with a key change here to prevent me snoring. I need a song that is only 3 minutes without no buggery or blasphemy in it, something with a pleasing rhyme and rhythm. Well, if you can't beat 'em, get conservative with 'em. Song that causes no offense, to flog more tickets to my concerts by convincing the viewer that musical satire hasn't progressed since Victor Borge. You've got a telly and I wanna be in it, and apparently you'll only watch for 3 minutes. Yeah, apparently you'll only watch for 3. He doesn't have a problem with drugs, he just doesn't get them. He's fine that his mates have tattoos, but he thinks they'll regret them. He likes going to pubs, but he hates it when the music's too loud. He tends not to go to rock concerts, 'cause he can't stand the crowds. But all he's ever wanted to be is a rock star on Rage or MTV. But he knows that it's not fucking likely. He just turned 30. He knows that he will always be a rock and roll nerd. He'll keep writing songs the world will never hear, and though they won't be heard, he'll just keep writing. Oh yeah, but you see the problem is, he always dreamt of being a star, but he learned piano instead of guitar, which in the 90s didn't get you very far. So while the other kids were learning Stairway, he was the piano to their forte. But he was convinced one day he'd rock their fucking asses, be an an icon for the disenfranchised masses. Grow his hair long and rebel against the state. But just for now that'd have to wait, 'cause he's running late for his morning classes. And he will always be a rock and roll nerd. He'll keep playing gigs that no one knows about, and though it sounds absurd, he'll just keep playing. Oh yeah, but you see the problem is there's not much depth in what he's singing. He's a victim of his upper middle class upbringing, so he can't write about the hood or bling bling. So he sits and imagines his girlfriend is dead, to try and evoke some angst in his middle class head. But the bitch is always fine at 9:30 when they go to bed. And he's not spent a single night in prison. He has no issues with nutrition. He has no drinking problem and no drug addiction. Unless you count the drugs they put in chicken. And marijuana always tends to make him cough. He doesn't look good with his t-shirt off, and when he tries to act tough, you can tell he's tricking. Go out late, popping pills and having fun. He goes home and showers and gets a good 8 hours. He gets his thrills from his morning run. And while his mates all go on dates, taking speed and drinking cans of Jim Beam, he stays home and cooks, curls up with the book with the girl he's had since he was 17. 'Cause he's never really been part of the scene. Give him Guns N' Roses, he'll take Queen. He's more into Beatles than the Stones. He's more Stevie Wonder than Ramones. And he's never owned a panel van. He never shot a Pantera fan. He doesn't know the difference between metal and thrash. He couldn't tell you nothing about Axl and Slash. He likes Ben Folds and the Jackson 5. He knows all the words to Stayin' Alive. And though he wants to be all crunchy and cool, he spent 11 years at a private school. So it don't matter how he tries, he cannot hide behind his rock and roll lies. 'Cause you've either got it or you don't. Yeah, you'll either rock it or you won't. You've either got it or you don't. Rock it or you won't. You've either got it or you don't. He knows that his music lacks depth, but it just can't be helped. He has nothing interesting to say, so he writes about himself. But he doesn't want to seem self-obsessed, so he writes in third person. In an attempt to seem more rock and roll, but he suspects it's not working. And deep in his heart he knows that he'll never be Silverchair or Eskimo Joe. And even if he was quite pretty with small pants like Kylie, he knows that he will always be a rock and roll nerd. He'll keep writing songs the world don't care about. And though it sounds absurd, he'll just keep writing. Oh yeah, 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 you can criticize him, but he won't care, 'cause he wants to rock, and he will never be deterred. But he'll always be a fucked up little try-hard wannabe rock and roll nerd. Rock and roll nerd.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm glad to have you. Welcome. Welcome. Rocky's trying to do some weird, like, psyop, reverse psychology stuff. It's not going to work on me. It's fine. How's everybody doing? Everybody feeling good? Feeling good on a Wednesday. I have to show you this. So Lockie, part of the reason we're like a few minutes behind the curve today is because Lockie had a rough last 24 hours. He was pretty sick yesterday, had a pretty high fever. So last night, every 4 hours or so, we were up with him getting getting him medicine and whatever else. And overnight, his fever broke. But when I went to get him today, oh wow, his haircut is just... He got really sweaty in the night. And so... He just looks like... This is him in his crib when we got him up. Just looked like a crazy person. His hair's everywhere. No, but he's my dude. He's my dude. And then he smiled and it was okay. Then he's okay. But, man, he was not doing well last night. He was burning up. But now he's okay. Yeah. He might come by and say hi. He's back to his normal self. Yesterday he was feeling bad and he was kind of miserable. But... now he's doing well. So, yeah. I also just realized whenever I search for something, like here, look. Whenever I search for something, I'll type it in, like skull and bones. It does this, and then it's fine. But if I search up here and I go skull and bones, is it really not going to do it now? It's not going to do it now? Okay, what if I search, I don't know, just chess. Not chess.com. Chess as a concept. Okay, well now it's not doing it. I guess Windows Defender fixed it somehow. But anyway, right before this, when I was setting up the stream, whenever I would search something through Google, it would automatically redirect to Bing. Like it would search it on Google, and then it would search it on Bing and then present the Bing page. It was really, really weird. And I Googled it, which then Binged it, and I found that it's a common thing for like browser hacks. If somebody gets like a browser hijacking virus installed, they can do that. And no, Bing is not my default search engine. I did try having Bing as my default search engine on my phone for a little bit, but it had like really weird things. Maybe it's just the style. Like, you know how on Google, if you're looking for something specific, you might go Skull and Bones, playtest, reaction, screenshot, article. Like you'll put the keywords in and then you'll find the thing you're looking for. But on Bing, that doesn't really work. And I think it's because Bing just fundamentally works differently. So you have to be more conversational. So you have to be like, show me an article where they show this, this, and this and describe this. And then it'll show you the right answer. But I'm just used to like quickly putting the keywords and it just being there. So I think it's more that I've just learned how to use Google more accurately. And so when I swap to Bing, even though Bing on paper is probably easier to use, I actually find it more difficult to use, you know? Does that make sense? Mine did that this randomly. It's weird. Yeah, I don't know what it is, but it just went away. I did a Windows Defender scan. It says it didn't find anything, but now it's not doing it. So, I don't know. I'm thoroughly confused. But like, is this it? No. Anyway, I really don't know what the deal is. Let's see. Let's see. What else do we have? I can't find the same article I was looking at. Anyway, we've got a handful of things to tackle. We were going to talk about Skull and Bones on Friday. Things got pushed around a little bit because we kind of had a slight family emergency. Nikki basically just needed help because we had a bunch of stuff going on. It's a whole thing. But now all is well, and we're down to just chat about stuff and get it covered. Who watched the Last of Us finale? Am I alone? Oh, here it is. Here's the article I was looking for. That's it. Okay. Voila. Last of Us was peak. I'm a little bummed that it's now over. I'll be real. I was really looking forward every Sunday to seeing it, and now that's not a thing. So I'm like, oh well. Bummer, dude. Bummer, dude. But what are you going to do? Wait for the second season, which I actually, maybe this is a hot take. I don't think that it's going to be like that controversial for the broader public. I think the gaming industry was particularly primed or uniquely primed to get triggered by the events of The Last of Us Part 2. And you also have to remember The Last of Us Part 2, part of the reason that it caused so much drama was because of those leaks, a lot of which didn't end up being true. I'm going to clean my Stream Deck real quick. And like some of those leaks were that, the whole game takes place with Abby and you don't get to play as Ellie. And you are forced to actually do the controls to murder, our beloved characters. And it just, everybody freaked out. And that's not actually true. Like, it wasn't true. It was never true. But people saw it and believe it. And I still have people go into the comment section of videos I do on The Last of Us who say, okay, well, you like the game where you have to play as Abby the whole time and blah, blah. So it's clear they haven't played the game. So I think it's going to be interesting to see how the cookie crumbles, as it were. But I think the broader public is going to be more receptive to it. And I think they also are probably going to tweak some things to make it a little less jarring like it was in the game, which I think is probably a smart move if I'm being real. Because we've already seen that they changed some stuff in the show to make it a little more, I don't know about palatable, but to just ease the audience into it. And I think they'll do the same thing with season 2. So I'm thoroughly excited. I'm very interested. But I thought they did a pretty good job. Some weird changes. The weirdest change in the show the whole time was that thing with Tess and the weird French kiss. I still don't get why they did that, but if that's all I have to say negative about the entire season 1, that's really not that bad, right? Yeah, this one change they made later, like early on in the show, is a little weird, but even that wasn't a big deal. The show didn't have zombies for the first half of the show. Well, it did. It just didn't have a lot of zombies. And what I will say is The Last of Us has never been about, like, the infected. It's about the people dealing with the infected and dealing with the world that's falling apart. It's never been a show about zombies, which was why, like, I think there were some commentators, they were always like political commentators. Some like political commentators came in because they got triggered right at episode 3. And I saw some people, they clearly, had never played the game. And so they were like, what, Bill's gay? They turned Bill gay? Oh my God. And they freaked out. And they're like, okay, well, the show sucks anyways because there's barely any zombies in a zombie show. It's like, it's not, the difference in what made The Last of Us so great is that it wasn't just a zombie show. It's not The Walking Dead. It is a show about human beings and people navigating this zombie infected world. But it's not fundamentally a zombie show. Like, to whittle it down and just describe it as a zombie show is pretty dumb. And to me, I think shows like a fundamental misunderstanding. Okay, this is kind of funny. Who is this? Who would do this? Imagine waiting your whole life to be at the Oscars and you end up sitting behind a stratus cloud. She's wearing everything everywhere all at once. That's pretty good. Yeah, what a prick. I don't care who you are. Like, if Tom Hanks wore this, everybody loves Tom Hanks, right? If Tom Hanks wore this, it'd be like, dry up, dude. What a prick. Like, you're trying to make the show worse for everybody. Like, are you that desperate for attention? You're at the freaking Oscars. Chill out. Chill out. Okay, when I said that the broader public might be braced for season 2? Well, look what's trending. The Last of Us HBO, Woke, and Abby. 2023, everybody. We made it. Oh, man. Speaking of the Oscars, did you see Chris Rock's special and response to Will Smith? I think I saw like a couple clips of it. I haven't watched the special in its entirety, but Yeah, nice and long. Yep. Nice and long. But I think I saw some clips of it, and I'm glad that he's speaking out now. And Jimmy Kimmel also had a bit where, you know, he was teasing everybody. He's like, and if one of your co-nominees storms up here and assaults me, just rest assured, we take that very seriously. And they will get the Oscar for Best Actor. They will get a standing ovation, and all of you will do nothing at all. And it's true. Like, it was such an embarrassment last year. I didn't watch it. I don't give a crap about the Oscars. Like, nobody really should. I'll be real. Like, the Oscars are dumb. In the hold on, let me find the exact quote. You guys know what I'm gonna play. I just need the audio clip. I don't need the 5-minute lead up. Here.
Here we start with this. Look, the Oscars should fuck themselves up. This is the shit. I'm telling you, this is the real shit. What is this? The interactive gaming. Look, I'm just saying this. Let me tell. I'm sorry, I'm taking. Let me just give me a minute. I want to take it.
Give me a minute.
Look. Okay, can you swear here? Can you swear? Okay. Fuck the Oscars, you know. Fuck the Oscars.
I love it. I love it. Yep. And then he goes on to win Game of the Year, like probably 3 years, maybe even 4 years later, because this was 2017. So I think 4 years later. It took a while. But anyway, yeah, what a gem. What a treasure. Yeah, I just, the idea that, like, it's so snobby. The idea that they would take a show for a bunch of, like, rich attention-seeking morons who have never done like anything legit in their whole lives. And I'm saying this as a YouTuber, right? Like, at least I have had like another career beside this. Ken Jeong is a treasure. He was a doctor before he became an actor and comedian, so he's the exception. But like Meryl Streep and Tom Hanks and Leo DiCaprio, like, these are not people that are in desperate need of your affection and adoration. And just like imagine if like a bunch of YouTubers got together, or like if a bunch of streamers got together and they're like, we're gonna give each other a bunch of awards, right? And then we're going to do that and like we're going to make it so everybody has to watch us. And if they aren't happy for us, then our fan bases can attack them for not being happy with us. Because you should just be happy for me giving myself an award in this context. And you're going to like it. Like, can you imagine if YouTubers and streamers did that? Oh. It's so dumb, dude. It's so freaking dumb. Oh, man. Because, like, I just... like, no shade to anybody who won at the Streamies or whatever streamer awards that they do. But the whole concept is freaking dumb. Like, I just don't get... Plus, I'm sorry, the Just Chatting category, having a Just Chatting award, I think there was some... there was one really... Yeah, category now officially renamed to Just Watching. There was one reply I saw that was freaking hilarious. Yeah, live Hassan reaction. It's just this empty chair. Yeah, I really don't know how Kai didn't win. My understanding is if you break like the most sub streamer in history award, you probably deserve the award, right? For that. And his main category is Just Chatting, but I don't know, maybe not. I don't know. I don't see it. I don't see the comment. Maybe they took it down or something. But I do Just Chatting a lot. That's one of the main titles of these streams, right? Because we just chat, we hang out. We also do reactions to content because, frankly, the audience really likes Just Chatting and reaction content. You guys like hearing my thoughts, breaking down things in real time. I like, it's not the type of content I thought would be like the key to this channel's growth, but it currently is. So we're just kind of rolling with it. And so while we all poke fun at the reaction content, at the end of the day, like, people still watch it. So like, the moment the audience stops giving a crap about it is the moment streamers and YouTubers will stop doing it, because it will no longer get clicks. But unfortunately, it just gets a ton of clicks. I think the meme with Hassan, though, I think it came after the whole thing with like the kitchen nightmares little tidbit that happened with that, where like he was watching Kitchen Nightmares and shows like that in their entirety on stream. He was just like sitting there and like just watching TV basically. And then he's getting subs and donos and stuff. It was really awkward. It's kind of weird. Narcissists giving each other plastic awards. Yeah. It's just kind of weird. And like, this is the dumb thing. I could sit here and be like, oh, well, no, actually, I think those streamer awards are really cool. Like, secretly hoping that one day I'm invited. But like, who gives a crap? What would I even do with a little piece of plastic or metal like that? Like, who cares? Who cares? Like, I take the position of the South Park guys who went to, I think it was the Oscars, wasn't it? But way back when they went to the Oscars wearing like dresses and tripping on acid. Do you remember those guys, that whole thing? Matt Stone and Trey Parker. Yeah, I think it was the Oscars.
Thanks for coming. Thank you.
Where's the picture of it?
There's so much to talk about. Last time you guys were here just as your film was opening.
Kenny, and now everyone just yells.
No. Oh, here it is. Here it is. They went to the Oscars because they were invited, and they wore dresses and got super freaking high on acid. They were just tripping out. And so they kept getting pulled aside by reporters who were like, who are you wearing tonight? Because they thought maybe this was a fashion statement. They're like, oh, what a magical night it is. It's such a magical night. Yeah, they probably had a lot more fun than everybody else there. But you've noticed they've not been invited back since. I think for perhaps good reason. But I don't know. It's just like, how is your ego not inflated enough already? Like, you're going to give yourselves awards and then you're going to make everybody in America watch it. Like, I'd have so much more respect for the Oscars if it was a private event that they didn't telecast. Like, I would actually respect them a lot more, because I'd be like, oh, okay, yeah, no, this is just an award ceremony where your peers are giving you an award. That's awesome. But when you televise it, it feels gross, you know? It just feels weird. Anyway. Where's my mouse? Let me catch up on chat. I'm guessing Rocky's upset. Hold on. Yep. Let's see. 20 million people tune in. Doesn't that mean people want to see it? No, clearly people want to see it. I'm not one of those people, but I'm not one of those 20 million. Like, yeah, no, there's plenty of people who watch it. Just like, you know, there's lots of people that complain about the reaction content, and yet Asmongold can do a reaction video that does 800,000 views in 24 hours. So, like, yeah, there's plenty of people complaining about it, but there's still way more people seemingly interested in it. So, and the award for most skeptical streamer goes to... Oh, yeah. By the way, we were going to post a video today. I think we're going to post it tomorrow morning, actually, just because it's going to take until 3 p.m. to finish uploading. But we threw together a little season 1 review thing for the Last of Us show. So we're going to do that whole thing. But I think it's going to have to go up tomorrow, because videos posted after like 1 p.m. for me do very, very poorly. Rocky's upset. Proceed to miss my messages. Most TV viewers don't even know what YouTube is. Yeah, well, the demographics are interesting. Like, the average age of somebody who watches cable TV or still uses cable TV, the average age is like 59 years old or something. Whereas the average age of users on YouTube is down in like the high 20s. So yeah. What are we sipping on, Luke? I have a Red Bull Winter Edition Fig Apple, courtesy of Red Bull. Thank you, Red Bull, for all of the free drinks. I am spoiled. Tomorrow's Suits cause UK only gets to watch today. What? I'm confused. Twitch is even younger. Yeah, you want to know the saddest thing? I got recommended a TikTok. It was a clip of a Sunny V2 video on oh crap, what's his name? J Station. And it was like YouTubers who ruin their careers with a single video. And it was J Station, which I don't know if you guys remember him. What a moron and terrible person this guy is. Like, oh my God. Like, he's just, you'd be hard pressed to find like a worse human being on the platform. But this guy, you remember this guy? This guy? He was all over the place for a while. Yeah, you notice the headline of this article? YouTuber sobs as he confesses to faking his girlfriend's death to get subscribers. And then, like, 2 days after his girlfriend allegedly died, he went on and did a Ouija board challenge gone wrong, contacting her ghost. This is the guy that also did like a Ouija board challenge, like trying to communicate with Etika, like a day after. It's just like an actual psychopath. Like nothing, something seriously wrong with this guy. However, on this TikTok, the comment section was like full of people who were saying, "Oh man, this is so sad to see. J Station was my childhood." I always wondered who was watching him. Like he would get 100, 200, 300,000 views on a video. And I was like, who the hell is watching him? Because somebody is. Like the most insane content you can imagine, people are still watching it. That's like, even like a lot of lol cows have dedicated fan bases and people that watch them unironically. You know, like Dark Side Phil. He has a bunch of people who watch his stuff unironically, like rooting for him, which, okay, it's a little weird, but whatever. Low Tier God, he has a ton of people that follow him. Like, oh my God, dude, I forgot that he did this. He built a freaking fake memorial pretending she had died. And then like in the video, I love this scumbag YouTuber. In the video, he's like, and make sure to smash the like button in her memory, guys. 1 like equals 1 prayer for whatever, Alexia, guys. So make sure to like the video so that we can send her straight to heaven, guys. Thank you so much. Like, just out of his mind. It's just like unbelievable. Unbelievable. But what's also insane is like, he probably could still have a career as like a streamer if he hadn't been like fully demonetized. And I don't know where he is now. I think YouTube fully deleted the channel and they scrubbed him because they're like, yeah, we don't want you to like on the platform. We don't want you representing us. But back in the day, like YouTubers like him were pretty commonplace. Now they're getting more and more rare, but man, back in the day, they were all over the place. You remember those prank channels and stuff? There was that one prank channel where they like straight up were pranking their kids, but the way they would prank them was just by like scaring them or destroying their Xboxes and toys and stuff. It was horrible. It was horrible. So hopefully that stays rare and they can stay on top of it. You probably already said it, but when is the Hogwarts video coming? Yeah, Daddy of 5, that's what it was. The Hogwarts video, we are actually actively working on it right now. Jacob is probably continuing to edit it as we speak right now. So yeah, it's in the works. It's in the works. It's just a big video. It's a big video, and there's a lot of very specific clips we have to pull up and individual little things we have to do. But it's on the way. My goal originally was to get it done by this Friday. So that's my hope. I never got into prank channels like Am I the Jerk from Reddit. It's like boyfriend v girlfriend pranks was also a big thing. That was a big thing back in the day. We saw that guy Jesse Velez in that E3 cringe compilation. What up, guys? My name's Jesse Velez. I'm here to talk to you about Need for Speed. Yeah, it's a good game. Oh, what a treasure. And don't worry about it, Rocky. You're fine. It was going to be we would have been winging it because I was still in the car driving back from visiting my family, so it's like a whole thing. Do you have any videos of you revisiting your older game or revisiting older games coming up? I mean, we have some stuff on the docket. We're gonna go back and look at Black Flag, Assassin's Creed Black Flag. But I wanted to put that up around the time Skull and Bones came out, but now we don't know when Skull and Bones is coming out, so I really don't know. Oh yeah, the Linus Tech Tips Hard R thing. Yeah, we should watch that because it's actually like low-key kind of hilarious that this almost went like really, really bad. Oh man, it was so funny. I just saw this morning. It's pretty bad. No, not the XQC clip of it. I just want the straight clip. This was on the WAN show. I don't know. It was on the WAN show, and Linus is just casually talking about how times have changed and how he's a better person than he used to be. You know, good stuff, right? And then he just like goes into this, and I'll just let this kind of go. Okay, just take this in.
I mean, it's been kind of eye-opening.
And I'll just say, watch Luke's face as Linus starts going through this thought process, because you'll see he's like, am I witnessing the live cancellation of Linus Tech Tips? Like, is he destroying this company instantaneously? You'll start to see him start freaking out. It's pretty amazing.
I've just sort of randomly here and there picked up episodes of, you know, old shows that I hadn't watched in a long time from like the early 2000s, and just the casual the casual sort of gay humor, casual use of the hard R.
Oh, really?
It's jarring. Yeah, it's jarring now. And for
Casual use of hard R.
Yeah, absolutely. Like okay, it was an episode
Luke's like, what?
of American Dad. And it was just
Really?
like, yeah, it wasn't for shock value. It was just like used.
Whoa.
Right? Well, I mean, here's the
Okay, something's weird. Because I've seen all of American Dad. I don't think that's the case.
thing, right? That was in 2003 or something, like 2002.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not gonna deny that I dropped my fair share of hard R's back then, because we didn't even the term hard R didn't even exist. We didn't think about it, right? And it's funny because to me,
It's funny.
doesn't feel like that long ago, but to my kids,
Are you talking like N-word hard R?
what? No,
Okay. I'm pretty sure that's how people use that term.
no,
I think
that's
so.
the N word.
Oh,
What are you guys talking about?
Oh, everybody in their
Am I
Slack is
mistaken?
freaking
I think
out.
so.
No, the one with the like for like mental disability.
I'm pretty sure people use hard R in a very different way than you just used it.
Okay, either
Hard
way.
R means ending
I understand.
the N-word
I
with
understand.
a hard R.
I understand what you mean. No, I'm not talking about that. Okay, cool. So I'm glad that
I'm
we have
freaking
cleared that
Neo
up.
over here, dude. We're dodging bullets. That was bad.
Okay, yes.
Can you imagine if he hadn't corrected himself and if he was just like, yeah, I can admit, back in the day, I casually used the hard R a lot. Oh, man.
All right.
Thank you for that. Right. I forgot about the part where I said, yeah, I just like used it. Yeah, no, actually.
That's why I was pretty surprised with American Dad, and then you were like, "Yeah, me too." I was like, "Whoa!"
Yeah, no, you've
all
known
right.
me a long time.
Yeah, that's why. Yeah,
And yeah,
never been a problem.
No.
Oh man, that could have been bad. Could have been real bad, but it's all okay. Oh man, Linus is great. I've chatted with Luke a couple of times actually. We were in talks about the float plane thing, because float plane is kind of like a different, sort of like an alternative to Patreon. It's honestly pretty cool. And who knows? Now that we don't have Patreon, we might go back to it eventually. It could be a fun way of doing early access to critiques and stuff. I don't know if it fits great with our current content, but it's an interesting thing we might investigate. But man, that could have been bad. That could have been bad. That could have been really bad, but it's all okay now. Oh, dude. Oh man. How is Linus, like, in his 30s, very active on the internet? Very, very active on the internet. And he didn't know that the hard R, saying, yeah, I use the hard R casually. How did he not know that was... I'm baffled. Oh, man. You got my DMs, Luke? If they're on Discord, they probably are in there. My Discord DMs are an absolute mess right now. I had to turn off my Discord DMs just so everybody's aware. So if you want to get a hold of me, you can try to get a hold of me through the Discord chat, but the DMs just got to be so out of control. I just can't juggle it anymore. And also a flood of messages about like NFT games. They're back. They're everywhere now. I keep getting emails. My management team gets emails about them all the time. I'm getting like text messages on my business line. Somehow people got a hold of that, asking me to promote their NFT games. They never call them NFTs. A couple of them do. But most of the time they go like, we have a really exciting venture in Web3 for you. Like, the answer is always no. And the funniest thing, I've mentioned this before, they usually want to pay you in NFTs. They want to pay you in their own NFTs. Be like, yeah, well, we're going to give you an NFT that's worth, in our marketplace, $50 million for promoting this product. Like, yeah, you won't be able to find anybody to buy it for $50 million, but what we're going to say it's worth $50 million. Like, it's insane. It's infuriating. Anyway. Did I watch the Oscars? I did not watch the Oscars. I'm glad Brendan Fraser won. And now I hope that he never talks to any of those people ever again. 10,000 swag bucks and 15 million Stanley nickels as well. And if you do really, really well in the promotion, you'll get a bonus of 500 Shroot bucks. So, as a minority, it's gonna read it. I'll let it do it. Do I have a pet? Yeah, that's Vil.
D super chatted $5.
My bearded dragon.
As a minority, my beehole puckered a little in worry at what Linus was saying. Lol.
Yeah, you could just see. You could see Luc Lafreniere's face, which is... Linus is, like, in trouble. He's just digging himself deeper and deeper and deeper into this hole. And man, it got worse and worse and worse. And he's like, I'm pretty sure you're using that word wrong. And thankfully he was. But like, can you imagine if Linus was on a solo podcast and he just like said all that and then blew past it and continued the episode? Like right now, people would be calling for Linus to be like deleted off the internet. You better believe like Twitter would be exploding. And then Linus would come out and be like, no, I thought it meant like, you know, the bad term for somebody with a mental disability. And they'd be like, oh, yeah, like that saves it. How do you not know what that actually means? Okay, dude, cringe, cancel him. Like, something as stupid as that could actually, no joke, ruin your career. It's crazy. Anyway. He doesn't engage with socio-political stuff. He just tackles tech. No, Linus on Twitter, he's always getting in it. The stuff I've seen, he's always getting in it. Are you going to do a Mad Max critique? Honestly, probably not. The reception of the video was very positive, but the viewership and engagement was pretty minimal. So probably not. We might do like a breakdown on the live channel, kind of unscripted type of thing. But as for like a full-blown critique of it, like we've done for other big games, probably not on the main channel. Yeah, hence why we don't talk about socio-political stuff here. Yeah, like we'll talk about it in the context of like, oh, did you see the Oscars? Yeah. Did you see Linus almost cancel his career? Yeah. sure did. But yeah, I just no, hold on, Linus. We try not to like all of a sudden get into it and start just like casually talking about all of that stuff, like politics, religion. I think that's actually isn't that like an old saying? If you want to stay friends with somebody, don't talk about politics or religion, and you'll be friends for life. And that seems to be the case, as far as I can tell. As far as I can tell. Oh, Game Ranks did a video breaking down what's wrong with PC ports. Interesting. Let me close the Linus thing of him almost canceling himself. Okay. Me talking about religion every time I'm drunk. I knew a girl in college who, yeah, that's the start of every great story, right? I knew a girl in college. But I knew a girl in college who, bless her heart, she would get drunk, but she was like an evangelist drunk. She would get plastered, and instead of like becoming promiscuous or something like some people do when they're drunk, she would literally sit on your lap and just preach. Like she would sit on your lap and be like, you need to be friends with Jesus because he's my friend and he loves me and he will love you too. Like it would honestly kind of kill the vibe. I'll be real. Because you're all like partying and having a great time. And then she just sits down and it's like very, very like, it's not even normal like preaching. It's like Jesus is inside of me and he could be inside of you too. Because she's just not like thinking clearly. So the way she phrases everything was really awkward. It was pretty awesome. It was honestly pretty fun. Oh, the Ozzy Osbourne PSVR 2 ad. Oh, I think I saw a thumbnail of that. I don't think I actually watched it though. PSVR 2 Ozzy. Not Oxy, Ozzy. Ozzy. There we go.
That's most definitely what's up.
Let's see. Let's see the Ozman.
Where did this come from?
Ozzy, are you going to help me pack these boxes or what? We've got a flight to England.
Hang on, Sharon. I want to play with my PlayStation VR 2. I'm very technical these days. Is that a friendly dinosaur? Oh my God, what the is that? Ah! Bat! Is that a storm bird? Just let me kill these dino machines. Oh no!
John! Ozzy, what's wrong?
I think these storm birds trying to bite my...
She's such a bad actress. It's so bad. Ozzy, what's wrong?
Hello.
That Stormbird needs to get at the back of the line.
I don't know. I'll be real. I don't know why they chose to go with Ozzy. It seems like a weird choice for a celebrity endorsement, but you know what? Whatever. I like that they have the bat, because you guys remember he bit the head off of a bat once at a concert. Being raised how I was raised, we were taught that like he was like a demonic, satanic, whatever creature because he eats bats and is like worshiping Satan in his music. That's like the whole thing. I'm pretty sure they have is that a second PSVR 2 in that box? Because there's something else in there. I don't know. I haven't unboxed it. I'll be real. Okay, let me ask you guys this. I'll do an actual poll, okay? I need your honest feedback or suggestion. We're going to do a poll. Should Luke get a PSVR 2 to Okay. Okay. The reason I'm asking, let's be real, I'm going to return it in all likelihood. So it's not like I'd be actually spending the money and then just sitting on it, okay? So I'd get it, I'd keep it for like 2 days, do a like video or stream with it, and I'm guessing I'm gonna come to the same conclusion, which is that it doesn't really make sense to spend $550 on something with basically no games. So, but at least then I could say, no, I've tried the headset. Yeah, the headset's great, but there's like no games for it, so don't spend your money on it. So for me, I'm not that stressed because I'll get it and then use it and then probably return it. I can't imagine it's going to be so amazing that I'm like, this is so great. I'm going to just keep it on this table collecting dust for 6 months until a game comes out. So, you know, because it was funny. You guys know, you can say a lot of stuff about Luke Stevens, okay? You can say a lot of stuff about Luke Stevens. The one thing you can't say is that Luke is like a PlayStation hater. How many PlayStation haters have just like casually 3 PS5s laying around? Not many people, okay? Like in my display cases, PlayStation games are overwhelmingly represented, disproportionately represented in these display cases with their games. I like a lot of PlayStation stuff, but when they do stupid crap, I will call out stupid crap, okay? And so I've done these couple of videos where I've said that I don't really think the PSVR 2 is worth getting because while the hardware by all accounts is amazing, the hardware is not going to justify its expense if there's nothing to play on it. You have to have something more. And people like there's been some Sony ponies, man, in the comment sections and stuff that are just going off. One guy was like, okay, well, just admit that you're too poor to get the PSVR 2. It's like, it's okay, dude. Just admit that you're too poor. I was like, what? What? Like, look at this. Look at this comment. How do I'll just show it. Hold on. This comment, I know it's really small. Quote, I personally have no problems with waiting to get the PSVR 2. Paraphrasing. And then this guy, Steve, goes, who are you kidding? You hate the fact this gear is top level and will never get one. What does that even mean? I hate the fact the gear is top level? What? So much of this just screams to me like, okay, this person clearly bought one and now is like, okay, I have to justify this expense to myself. So I need to like, anybody who disagrees that this is a worthwhile purchase, I need to like crap on. Like you're talking to somebody who is passionate. One of my few passions in life is wasting money on frivolous things. I love it. I have a freaking $700 Lego set behind me. You cannot say that I don't love wasting money on stupid stuff. However, even I am looking at the PSVR 2 and I'm like, I'm not sure it's worth it. Like, even I can say that. So the whole thing is just so dumb. It's so dumb. Oh, I wish I could. Well, don't. And then one day you'll be able to. That's the weird thing. If you really like spending money, don't spend money, and one day you'll be able to. The PS5 is really good. Console shame it's being run by a bunch of snakes at the minute. It is, like, I don't think PlayStation's any different than they always have been right now. I think it's just that the Activision Blizzard acquisition is forcing them to disclose a lot of stuff they don't normally disclose. And so we're seeing how the sausage is made. It's very possible that Sean Layden would have been doing the same thing right now. Like we all say, oh, I miss the days of Sean Layden. But honestly, back in the day, it might not, or it might have been more of the same. We just don't know. We don't know. So, can I interest you in sponsoring me a controller? What kind of controller? Yeah, probably. Probably. I don't see why not. Yesterday I saw a Sony fan say they wanted Xbox gone and Apple and Tencent to make consoles instead. Okay. Dumb ass takes. So many dumb ass takes. It's just stupid, dude. So much of this, like, console war garbage right now is tied up in this Activision deal. And I think it really is like the first time that a lot of these PlayStation fans are feeling the other side of what console exclusivity does. Because Xbox fans, for like a decade, 2 decades, have had to deal with the fact that some of the best games of the year, they probably won't be able to play because they're exclusive. And that's because PlayStation has invested heavily in these studios that make world-class games. But I think it's really interesting to see how vitriolic people have become now that they can't, like, they are getting a taste of their own medicine in large part. Like, I think console exclusivity is unfortunate. I think it's an unfortunate reality of the industry. You're not going to just magically get rid of it. If Xbox has a policy of no console exclusives, guess what? That's not going to stop Sony from doing it. They're going to keep doing it. You know, it's not going to stop. I think it's a bummer that there's a lot of people who don't get to play some of the best games of the year just depending on where they have invested their money. And there are a lot of people who cannot afford, I would say most people cannot afford to just get both consoles. A lot of people have the impulse to just be like, dry up, suck it up, get yourself a PC, a PS5, a PSVR 2, an Oculus Quest, an Xbox Series X and S, and just like deal with it. But it's like not everybody, believe it or not, has the money to just toss like $5,000 at their gaming setup every couple of years. Like, just not a thing. Cassandra, thank you for the 5. I love that sticker. That's awesome. I love that. Thank you, Cassandra. So I think console exclusives suck. Like, it's a bummer. It's just a bummer.
Super chatted $5.
$5. However, you're not going to magically fix it by just like refusing to participate. It's kind of like, well, if you can't beat them, join them. And that's basically what's happening now. And it's a bummer, yeah, but it is what it is. And now Xbox is coming out swinging and they're getting these huge studios and acquiring them. And really, it's what's been interesting about Xbox's approach is that they've taken a different tact with this. PlayStation, for the last 10 years or so, has been the clear leaders in terms of console units, right? Most people, or the majority of people in the console gaming sphere, probably have a PlayStation. They might also have an Xbox, but statistically not many people have just an Xbox. So what Xbox executives did back in like 2016 is they realized, okay, well, we've got to do something to take on PlayStation. I don't think we're going to be able to convince people through better hardware or equipment and things to just swap to Xbox because it's fundamentally about the product, right? So what they did is they changed their approach to target software, which is actually what Microsoft's really, really good at. They always have been. I mean, it's Microsoft. They aren't necessarily a hardware company, but they're very, very good at software. And so they decided to make their business model tied around the software, the xCloud, the game streaming, the Game Pass subscription model, all of this stuff. So they took something PlayStation wasn't really messing with at all, and they made that the centerpiece of their business. And now everything else has been gravitating towards that. And the established perception with most people, I think, is that the best value in gaming, without a doubt, inarguably, is Game Pass. I would love to hear somebody try to argue that PlayStation is a better value. I don't know how on earth you do that, but clearly Game Pass's value is insane. It's ridiculous. You can say, well, one day they're going to raise the price. Yeah, but we're talking about right now. Right now, it's an amazing value. And you know what? Even if they raise the price $10 a month, it's still probably going to be a better value than anything PlayStation's offered. Like, it just is. Yeah, Sony would love to argue that. Well, what they would probably say, and Sony's approach has been similar to Apple, Their approach is to say we have the premium product and we charge a premium for it. We invest a ton in our games, and as a result, the games are expensive. It is what it is. Deal with it. And it's not a bad approach. You see the same thing with like, I honestly think that this is part of what's going on with these like PSVR 2 things where people are feeling the need to justify their purchases because they're kind of in too deep. Hello, you can come in. Hello. Do you want to say hi to everybody? Hi, everybody. You say hi to everybody?
You say hi, guys.
Hi, guys.
Can you go sit with Daddy? Give him a hug.
Can I have a hug? Hug? Yeah.
He hears
Oh,
let's go
hi,
see
everyone.
Daddy while we're upstairs, but I think all he thinks is Legos.
Let's go check out the Legos. Hi, everybody. Yeah, you feeling better? Oh, yeah. It's Babe and Baby. It's Babe and Baby. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah? Check out the Legos? Oh, man.
I tried to tame the dew.
Tame the dude. Yeah, I showed them the picture of his afro this morning. It was pretty
gosh.
great.
It was wild.
I'm glad he's feeling better. Yesterday it was so sad. He was such a, I mean, he was out of it. He was not feeling good. Oh, but now he's doing good.
Crying all day.
Yeah, living his best life.
Guess
Damn
who got
right.
the last slot for swim lessons?
Oh, dude. Yeah, he's gonna go to swim lessons in April. It's gonna be
it's
pretty
2
fun.
months. It's April and May.
April and May. Oh, even better. He's gonna go do some splish splash. He's gonna, do some laps. He's gonna meet some babes.
Hey, Lockie, let's not play with this. Yeah.
We still, like, once or twice a stream have people come in and ask if that's a real human skull. I always tell them it's my grandma.
Your grandma would be very upset to hear that.
No, my dead grandma.
Oh, okay, the other one.
Hi. You see the ship?
Oh my goodness.
Ship.
What a stud. Yeah.
Yeah. Pup, pup. Pup, pup. Pup, pup. Pup, pup. My 8-month-old just finished his first round of swim lessons. It's really good. It's great exercise. It gets you out of the house, for one. That's very important. It also, like, lets him meet some friends, which is important as well. So it's just a good thing. And for us, it gives us an excuse to leave the house and go get coffee. So
Yeah, that's the bonus.
yeah.
Is the parent who goes in the pool with him gets to decide where we get coffee that morning. So that's a cool time.
I'm gonna put this on.
Oh my gosh. I think this time around, the last time we did swim lessons, he was like 6 months though. And we were just trying to introduce him to water for the first time. And this time around, he's 18 months, he'll be 19 months. About to be a big brother, and we're going to have to probably dunk him a couple times. We didn't really do that as a baby, but...
Because he has to get comfortable with the water, so they always say, like, at the end of the lesson, they do the Humpty Dumpty fell off a wall thing, and you dunk the baby.
Boom.
Yeah.
That was my job for forever, though. I shouldn't be that nervous about it. From 15 to 20, I was taking people's kids and teaching them how to swim, and it's like the bad guy. It's like, okay, Mom and Dad, this is when you turn around. They'll be okay. And you dunk them really quick, and they come up, and they're like, what just happened? And it's fine. And they survive, and they become talented swimmers or very scarred. It's one or the other. Yeah.
We have you. Yeah.
Hey, Luke, is your wife pregnant again?
Yes, she is. Fist bump. Fist bump.
No.
Fist bumps in the chat.
I had a massive breakfast, and I just have a slower digestive system than other people.
I'm just super bloated. Thank you, Cassandra,
Oh, yay.
for the 5 here.
Hooray. It's silent
Cassandra
in here.
M super chatted $5. I love it when you come visit
Cool.
and chat. Smiling
Cool.
face with hearts, smiling face with hearts.
Cool.
Luke said he'll be streaming a new game from while you are in labor. I don't think a midwife would let that happen, but I would love to see him try.
I did see a TikTok of a guy that brought like his PS5 and a controller and wires to the hospital and hooked it up into the hospital room. Because he's like, we're going to have to stay there overnight, so I'm just going to bring the PS5. Because honestly, you know what? I admire the dedication, dude. Your wife probably doesn't.
Gosh.
Oh, man.
Second baby name gonna start with an N. You know what? We did name... I don't know. We didn't name Lachlan because of Luke's first name, but it was a pro that they both have the same initials, and it's super cute. And then he's here, and I have a Locke and a Luke. And I'm like, what if I... Oh, no! Exactly. I don't really know. Oh my gosh. Saw some dude playing Elden Ring in the room. That... Oh man. I think that's gonna get you kicked out probably. Unless your like partner is asleep or just completely out of it. I mean, if he doesn't bring the Switch and like, I don't know, if I'm around enough to be able to play a game, I hope he's trying to distract me with things like playing on the Switch or beating me in Mario Kart. I don't know. Maybe he'll let me win because I'm in labor, but... No, of course not. Yeah, no, I have a Locke and a Luke, and they're very, very similar. And what cracks me up is I try to call Luke Dada in front of Lachlan, so he like registers that he's Dada. But I call him Luke a lot, and I can't tell most of the time if Lachlan's saying look or Luke. Yeah. Like he'll call for Luke. I'm like, is it look or is it Luke? What do you want? Tell me what you want, child. What do you have? Okay.
Oh, man.
Oh, man.
Oh, man.
It is, we have a Lachlan Stevens, but it's not spelt traditionally because it would have an A in it in the front, and we didn't feel like Lack looked like a good nickname, and we felt like Locke with an O looked like a good nickname. I don't know.
Can you get off the camera? Does anyone want this?
I know it says Valaha, but it just made me think Valhalla Stevens. Should we name the second baby Valhalla? Oh gosh, maybe he'll live forever. Considering I will never finish that game. Yeah, no, you just definitely drop your favorite baby name because these are beautiful. Valhalla's pretty up there. Mirage. I don't even know how to say that one. Yes. Naming a kid Valhalla should be a crime. Okay, no. I taught swim lessons for years and years and years. I did kids' birthday parties for years and years and years, like dressed as a princess and a mermaid and all that stuff. And I think some of the worst names I've ever seen is somebody was named Rainbow Dash, but it was all spelt wrong. That one was pretty bad. There was like an Ocean Spray Mirage River song in high school. That was, I mean, some of them get a little wonky there. Todd Howard Stevens. No? Not a fan, Luke?
Oh, no.
Oh, man.
Oh.
How do you spell rainbow wrong? It's like R-E-I-N-B-O. Like rain, like you're reigning a kingdom. Except without the G. They kept out the G, so I guess it's more like reindeer reigns. And bow, B-O, R-E-I-N-B-O, Rainbow Dash. Yeah, that was It was also at the peak of My Little Pony, though. My Little Pony didn't spell that name wrong, but I'm pretty sure this girl's dad was a brony. I don't know.
I think we should name our daughter Rainbow Dash just because
it's a cool. Isn't it beautiful? It'd be like if I don't know anything about games and Luke pitched Atreus.
Atreus!
I knew a girl named Omunique. Omunique. Oh my gosh. Ooh. My name is technically Dominique because Nikki with the Q comes off the end. My parents thought they were being trendy. I have yet to decide if that's the case, but here we are. You should name your child like Elon did with a bunch of different symbols.
Oh, no.
Yeah. This is $, $. We pronounce it Look, I can leave. I feel like I'm just intruding on your life. Even though I am your life.
I am the greatest good you are ever gonna get.
Yeah. Do you guys call Locke Loki? My brothers do. His uncles definitely call him Loki all the time. And when talking about baby number 2, pitch the name Thor a lot. Which, I mean, they have some compelling arguments. It would be pretty cool.
Hi, dude. Hey, dude. Hey,
Oh,
dude.
see, exactly. Technically, we are intruding on your life. He's not gone that often. You give me enough time to get coffee, and he doesn't say anything about it as long as I'm sneaky. So, you're okay. You can stay.
Bye.
For now.
Bye, Carl.
Bye.
My parents gave me the name Eric, so there isn't a shorter version or a longer version of my name. Rick?
Forgot that's right there. It's right there. What?
I mean, there's not a K or an H at the end, but there's always a shorter version. Always.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm out of here. We're gonna go to the park and get coffee.
No shredder.
Oh yeah, no baby. No shredder for the baby. Okay. Help. Decrown me. Take it away. Goodbye.
Capoeiro.
To a world that's
Capoeiro.
caffeinated.
Can you say bye, everyone?
Here, do
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
You come right in here. Are you gonna sit? Okay. Sit right where the mic is. Oh, okay. Can you say bye-bye?
Bye. Bye. Cool.
Bye, bye, cool. Can I have a good time with Mama?
Mama.
Yeah, we're gonna go down slides.
Oh, fun.
Okay.
We'll go have a good time.
Oh yeah. Bye. Have a good time.
Fist bump.
He's been singing songs for
Bye.
me all morning.
Bye, okay.
I asked him to sing
Sean
Twinkle,
Dara
Twinkle,
super
Little Star,
chatted
and he quietly goes through the whole thing and does all the
$33.81.
symbols.
Aw. Oh, thank you, Sean. Sean's back. Sean!
Who's back? Oh, Sean was driving the boat. Who's
Yeah.
driving the boat?
I did send Sean the picture. There's a little guy. I guess I could swap to this camera. Hold on. Look at this. So, this, you ready?
Bye. Bye.
There's a little bitty guy on the
Bye.
stern of the Titanic. You can just barely. Let's scoot this forward.
Bye.
Barely see him. And there. He's right behind the mast. But he's right there. And this is Sean, because Sean made some very generous donations to help make this happen.
Bye.
So he stays up here.
Bye. Clam.
Did I say stern? I meant bow. He stays on the bow of the ship.
I was wondering if you meant to say that.
And so Sean's always near.
Bye.
You're actually getting a little.
Bye,
warm again.
Copa.
You,
Bye.
am I going crazy?
Bye, Bubble. Well, he's like maybe a little toasty. Might
Should I
need a little top off.
Dose him before we go?
Probably. I love you, dude. Have a good time. High five. I love you too, babe. Be safe.
Love you.
I love you.
Love you.
Bye. Bye, dude. What a dude. Anyway, yeah, they're a good little bunch. Good little bunch. Anyway. Ooh, Cassandra, thank you for becoming a member. Whippy Ice, thank you for the 2-month re-up on your membership as well. Dude, funny pick on Discord for you. You'll appreciate it. It's relevant to the B&B raid. On the Discord. Where in the Discord? Oh, the baby. Oh, that's awesome. If you guys are in the Discord, you should go to the lobby. That's pretty cute. Dude, as soon as the baby walked in, mine ran over to the TV. Yeah, babies are awesome, dude. Babies are great. And they attract other kids, too. It's wonderful. That's wonderful. I love it. Okay, what was I going to do? What were we going to do? I guess we'll tackle this. We'll do this. We were talking about the PSVR 2 thing. All told, I guess the overwhelming majority of you guys said that I should just get it and then do a little review and then tackle that. So I guess I could do that. It's like I said, I'd probably keep it for a couple of days and then get rid of it, but not get rid of it. Like, it'll be fine. You need me to get news? I don't think so today. We're actually clipping along at a pretty good pace. I'm feeling good. We still have a deep dive of Skull and Bones we'll go through. We have this Dead Island 2 final preview to look at. We have the Game Ranks PC thing. And I have another article or another thing I wanted to tackle that I added to my Monday.com to-do list. So I will pull that up as well. Copy link. Boop. And I will paste it here. Voila. So we'll tackle that. Because it's kind of a cynical video, but I'll break that down. So I think as of right now, we're okay. PSVR 2 Stevens. I'm just like, have I seen the Linus review of it? Yeah, I did. And we did like a reaction to it. I think, again, my stance on it is just that the PSVR 2 is a great piece of hardware that's probably not worth buying right now because there isn't enough software to justify it. And that, I don't see anything, like nobody really has argued against that. Everybody's like, yeah, Call of the Mountain is like a solid 7 out of 10. And they're going to bring like Resi 8, which you've probably already played, but like there's a couple games. So for me, I'm like, I'll probably try some of those games. GT7 or 8, Gran Turismo 7. I think that's what it is. That one I'm sure will look great and will be super cool. But like these are games that I'll probably play for an hour or two and then I'll be bored of them and move on. So I am just not sold on the idea that this thing is worth $550 to play a couple of games. Future stream, yeah, I think it could be fun. No Beat Saber on PSVR 2 at launch really surprised me. That is really surprising because that's kind of just a staple at this point. So I'm down to try it. Anyway, let's do this. Let's do the. Oh, this is funny. These videos are like identical. Hold on, look at this. So, this video, why isn't gaming isn't fun anymore? 4 months ago. And then 2 months ago, why isn't gaming fun anymore? Those are like very, very similar videos. Am I wrong? It'll be interesting to see if there's a difference in approach here. I'm not that convinced by either of these videos, by the way, so we'll break those down. And yeah, there's a bunch of those probably. Well, I mean, it's one of those things. The trend right now is to hate on modern, especially multiplayer gaming, which, let's be real, it's kind of like low-hanging fruit, if we're being honest. And it's also it's always been a thing to be negative, and to see that usually lead to better returns on your effort. So, you know, it's nothing new or strange or novel, but still, we'll check it out. I want to see this game ranks thing, though, because I've also been wondering what's going on with PC ports. My understanding is that a lot of this is tied up into specifically like optimization priorities. PC is just lower on the list compared to console stuff, and so it's going to be interesting to see what they claim is actually going on here.
Back in 2015, Warner Brothers released Batman Arkham Knight on PS4, Xbox One, and PC. The PC version was unique at the time in that it was an absolute train wreck at a time when the PC version of a game was always considered to be the best version. That is not how
it was always considered to be I don't think that's true at all. PC ports have always had troubles, like going back pretty far. So I don't know if that was like that novel of a thing in 2015. One of the weird things about Batman Arkham Knight, though, is that it looked so amazing on console, and then the PC version specifically, even though you could have way more powerful hardware, a way more expensive PC, it not only ran terribly, but it also was just really, really ugly. There were a lot of weird things about it. We found out after the fact that most of the problems related to, or I guess tied up in the Batman Arkham Knight debacle, was because they hired an outside company to do it. So Rocksteady did not make the PC port. They hired another company like Iron Gate Studios or something, to go and port the game from console over. And you could say some of the blame still falls on Warner Brothers and Rocksteady, because they shouldn't have allowed it to release in that state. They could have said that, you know, who knows, maybe Rocksteady wasn't giving them the support they needed in order to properly port it, or maybe they were just bad at porting games to PC, who knows. But there were a lot of pieces to the puzzle of that Arkham Knight disaster launch on PC, because that's one of those things. People still have the perception that Arkham Knight is like kind of buggy and broken on PC. It's way better. It's definitely not as good as it could be, but it's certainly way better now. But that launch really screwed them up.
Things are anymore. In the 7 years that have passed since then, the idea of the PC version of the game being the best version has evaporated into thin air. It's gone. Instead, we are really seeing tons of issues when we play games on PC nowadays. So, well, let's just get into it. Hi folks, it's Falcon, and today on Game Ranks, we asked the question, what...
His voice sounds different. Did he like change his microphone or something? Because I thought like maybe this is the Falcon guy. His voice sounds different. Am I wrong? I think... I don't know. Maybe I remember it differently. But it sounds way different. He used to be kind of a little bit lower, and he would talk like he just ate a gallon of molasses. I don't really know what... Maybe he has a cold? Maybe. Well, to me, it's the delivery. He seems more energetic. I kind of like it, but he seems to be more like hyped up. So I'll give him that.
What the hell is going on with PC ports? So, I'm not necessarily sure I would call Arkham Knight our flashpoint for this issue. Although, it's a nice little trip down memory lane if you want to go back to our very first Before You Buy, where Jake reviewed the console version of the game and mentioned the whole controversy with the PC one, but was pretty safely nestled away in the good version of the game, where PC games became a big business again, and they intentionally developed games side by side with one another on PC and consoles with the intent to do well on both. Arkham Knight actually came out during this era, and generally, PC ports I don't think were at their worst. But if one can remember back to the 90s, things looked a lot more similar to how they do now. Back in those days, PC architecture and console architecture was completely different.
Am I wrong? I thought the like height of console PC problems was like the PS3 generation. Because if I remember correctly, the PS3 specifically had a really strange architecture tied into its like CPU, APU thing, and it made it a nightmare to code for. That's one of the reasons that a lot of like Bethesda games have really weird bugs, specifically on PlayStation, because their engine wasn't calibrated correctly for it, and there's remnants of that still permeating through the creation engine. So I would have thought it's the PS3 gen, but maybe there's like some statistical thing. It would be cool to see if he has like stats or like a spreadsheet where he can break down like, these are all the games, major AAA games that launched during this period each year, and then these are the ones with the Metacritic score of the PC port at launch versus the console port, and then we're going to take the delta and compare it. So the bigger the delta is in the year on average, the worse the PC ports were during that year, and then you could look at which years were worse and figure that out. But I'm guessing, because most people don't have like that level of OCD or try-hardness with their videos, I'm guessing most of this is going to just be kind of like anecdotal little tidbits and points.
An Intel Pentium was nothing like a Sega Genesis, which was running on a Motorola processor dropped into an adaptation of Sega's System 16 arcade board, or Super Nintendo, which was just an entirely custom processor built by Nintendo. In fact, this was basically the problem with PC ports up through the PS3 and the Xbox 360. The fact was, consoles and PC were just fundamentally different things. So it made sense that Sonic 3 and Knuckles on PC, the original port, was terrible, because every PC port from a console game was terrible. But sometime in that Xbox 360 PS3 era, developers were just like, you know what, PCs are better, and these consoles suck to develop on. Let's make the PC version better. And we actually saw that a fair amount. Still, when a game would come out on consoles first, like, say, Dead Space back in 2008, apparently. Wow. I know we talked about the Dead Space remake a bunch recently, but I always forget how old that game is because it just holds up so well. Still.
It really does. It really does. We, except for it does have a ton of issues with the PC port, ironically enough, where if you have like VSync turned on in your display settings, then you have like animation timings and like game logic break. So like we tried playing Dead Space the original on stream here right before the remake came out, and I had like, I still am not totally sure what went wrong, but I think it was because I had VSync turned on in the NVIDIA control panel, because I do this like screen cloning thing where my monitor here is cloned with an HDMI out on my graphics card, which goes to the capture card that lets you see it. And because I had that thing turned on, game logic would break. So you'd go through a doorway, and then there was supposed to be like an enemy attacking this NPC, and that just wouldn't trigger. So you would just soft lock yourself, all because you had VSync turned on. So like this still is a thing. It's really, really interesting. Dead Space physics engine breaks if it's more than 30 FPS. Well, like we swapped over, we played it on the Xbox Series S I have over here, and that worked fine. It was definitely way grainier, but the backwards compatibility layer fixed a lot of the problems. But yeah, speaking of PC port issues, that's still a thing.
The PC version of that was exemplary of the problems of PC ports of console-only games because, well, basically had to just make the game again. How many people have ever played GTA 4 on PC? There are guides, not to how to beat the game. Like, these walkthroughs are not about playing the game. They're about letting you play the game. Seriously, guides for getting the game to run smoothly on a modern PC. This is a game that came out like 15 years ago for just vastly inferior hardware. But that was the PS3, Xbox 360 era. When the PS...
Yeah, it's... And Rockstar's always been bad about this. They still are bad about this. That port, you guys remember the Red Dead Redemption 2 port to PC also had some issues. And while it's, I think, better now, they fixed a lot of it. I think that game, you know, it took them, what, a year and a half to get that PC port out? It took them a while.
4 and the Xbox One came out with much more similar architecture to PCs. The PS4 and the Xbox One both had x86 CPU architecture, which basically makes them not far from being a PC. I mean, it doesn't make them PCs, but the similarities are much more vast. Like, the thing that makes a PS3 similar to a PC is that they are electronics. They have CPUs, but once you get into the actual mechanics of how they work, they're actually pretty different on a functional level, you know, inside the chips. That stopped with the PS4 and the Xbox One. For a while, I don't think this was actually to the detriment of PC gaming. In fact, I think it actually provided a bit of an argument for prioritizing PC development. Hey, we can make the game on PC and then just sort of adapt to the specific hardware of these two consoles and strip back without having to do a whole lot in terms of code. I'm definitely oversimplifying to some extent, but it's a lot closer to that than in the previous console generations. That being said, although I'm sure that tons of executives that don't know what they're talking about heard that type of simplification and thought, well, that's it. All of our problems have been solved. There are still differences between consoles and PC.
And I just to be clear, I think that's what some developers still do. My understanding is that that's basically how CD Projekt Red put together Cyberpunk 2077. They developed it for PC first, and then everything else was kind of ported after. Pieces were torn away in order to get it working. Kind of like, you know, I guess building a crazy cool house or something, and then like as you apply that overall structure, or like maybe a good example, I've been playing a lot of Kerbal Space Program, so like in Kerbal Space Program you have a blueprint for a crazy elaborate ship, and you just plop that ship in to every project you're about to take on, and then you strip away pieces of it based on what you actually need for the mission or you're trying to do. Because you're like, oh, I'm only going to the Mun, I don't need a 5-stage rocket, I'll just strip this down a little bit and level it out. But you started with it built out to the max. And my understanding is some developers still do that. The problem is sometimes people push too hard, and then, dear God Almighty, you run into problems like with Cyberpunk, where the game looks great on PC when it's working, but on console, like the PS4 and Xbox One versions, it's like hilariously horrible because they kind of overshot to the point where it wasn't really feasible to pull it back all the way.
Probably the most notable one is how memory works. Now, I'm not going to dive too deep into it, but the key here is that PCs have both dedicated system memory and...
Dedicated WAM? Do they have dedicated WAM? Oh, dude. That guy's a gem.
And VRAM as well. What makes that different from a console is that consoles just got memory, man. There is no dedicated memory in a console. All of the memory is used by all of the things. So in terms of development, this is a pretty major difference. So a PC having more memory total doesn't necessarily make it better at running something that was written for a console. In fact, due to the split nature of its RAM, actually has a little bit of extra work. When you've got two sets of memory, you gotta figure out where everything is gonna go. And a lot of the time, something needs to go to both places at different times. So, once again, we have two diverging sets of code, the PC version and the console one. Keeping in mind that having the x86 architecture still makes it vastly more similar. than at any time in the past. So here's where I start to think that it gets really interesting. You would think that consoles moving to the x86 architecture would make people think, well, we can do the PC version and scale down. It kind of seems to have had the opposite effect, and now it seems like there are a lot more games that are developed console first and scaled up. More like the 1990s, like I said, coming full circle, things are more like then, albeit for different reasons. I mean,
I would say it's because the consoles, for one, there's a lot of consoles out there. I don't know if it's fair to say that the majority of revenue for a lot of these companies are coming from PC ports, but maybe in some cases it is. Nobody's doubting that or calling into question PlayStation's choice to develop for PS5 first and then bring it to PC after the fact. Of course, that makes sense. But in the case of a Rockstar doing cross-console stuff or cross-platform stuff, or a Activision situation, that's where this more comes into question. So I don't know. It's interesting. It's a good question. I don't know.
Technically different reasons. If you want to talk about what's really driving it, it's all business. In the 1990s, they were developing things on the console first because they were going to sell more games on the consoles, and the PC was such a different architecture, it was kind of an afterthought. Now, when the architecture is so similar, they've gone through a couple of cycles where they've rethought this stuff and then arrived back at the conclusion, we sell more copies of the games on the consoles, so we should develop there first. And somebody's going to interpret that as it's corporate greed, man. And anybody who's paid any degree of attention to me over the years I've been involved in game ranks, you know my opinion on corporate greed. I don't think I need to justify what I'm about to say by reminding you specifically about what I've said in the past, but I actually kind of don't think it's corporate greed.
Okay, I'm in. I will say the moment I hear somebody go corporate greed, I immediately just assume they probably don't know what they're talking about. Because it's like the boogeyman. It's like the easiest way that you can try to get some free brownie points in a discussion is like, corporate greed. It's like, well, if most of your customers are on PlayStation, how is it greedy in any way to prioritize development of that version of the game for the majority of your customers? Like, it's just practical. It just makes sense. Like, I don't see how that's tied up in greed. Well, because they want more money from those customers. Okay, yeah, they're providing their customers a product that the customer wants. Nobody's forcing you to buy the game, but these people want the game on PlayStation, so they buy it on PlayStation. Them providing a good PlayStation port, I don't think it's an example of corporate greed. Like, it's an example of the free market working of corporations, like, providing you a better quality service in exchange for more money,
This is a very practical decision. The fact is, a PC, although much more powerful, much more flexible, and capable of so many different things, it's not a gaming machine, and a gaming console is. That being said, I PC game.
I'll have you know, the Xbox One was so much more. A cable box. It was your center for TV. It was everything. The Xbox One, man. You remember those OG Xbox Ones? They had the little cable port, the coax port on the back you'd have to screw in because it was built to be basically a cable box. So, yeah, this is true of gaming consoles, to be clear, except for the Xbox One because that thing was a joke.
More than I do console game now at this point in my life. I prefer it, and I think that it's better. But practically speaking, it makes perfect sense that the consoles are being prioritized. Why? Because there's 3 sets of hardware. 2 if you're talking the ones that actually have any beef whatsoever. The Switch really is not a beefy console at this point. But what?
Well, it's not a beefy console, and it's not even trying to run current gen stuff. Nintendo usually is pretty comfortable with being the portable last gen gaming machine. But let's be real, you're mainly buying Nintendo consoles for Nintendo first party games or Nintendo exclusives. Which, to be clear, I've said this before about Breath of the Wild. I would happily buy, like, if I had not gotten any other games for the Switch, and I had only gotten Breath of the Wild for the Switch, I still think that that package for $360 or whatever with tax it was, I think that still was worth it. Like, I loved Breath of the Wild so much, I would have been willing to pay $400 to play it. I would just happen to also get a lot of other games, you know, Mario Party and Mario Kart and Smash Bros. And Fire Emblem and all of those as well. But, you know, that's just because their first party games are so good. As for, yeah, even the GameCube was portable. Yeah, it had a handle. You could take it anywhere. We like to empower our players to take the gaming experience everywhere. So dumb. Can you imagine if they release a PlayStation 5 Pro or whatever, and it's got like a fold-out handle so you can carry it like a suitcase? Dude, I love that. That'd be amazing. Oh goodness. Anyway, but yeah, I'm with Falcon here. I think that corporate greed talking point is so dumb. Like, sometimes it's true. Sometimes, like I've said this before with Activision stuff with Call of Duty. Activision, to me, like I think you could say that the constant break in the meta for Activision Call of Duty Warzone 2, I think that that is an example of corporate greed. I think you can explain the meta constantly breaking, guns constantly becoming overpowered, blah, 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 through and by means of greed. Because they are, like, whenever a meta comes about, like you guys might remember, like a couple of years ago, the Gallantry, which was the little Mac 10. The skinned version of the Gallantry of the Mac 10 gave inordinate boosts to stability. It like would literally break and it would go off of the chart. And so if you wanted to be able to compete at all in Warzone for the like 2 months or 2 weeks that that was the meta, you needed to have that blueprint. And guess what? It just so happened to be in the store for like $15 or whatever. So you could get it, or you could just not have fun for 2 weeks and get like squashed. Same with, like, you know, if you guys remember DMR Zone, that whole trend, that whole meta, where for like a while the DMR was, it just broke the game. And guess what? It was available as a blueprint in the store. So if you wanted to play and be even slightly competitive and join all of those all of the people playing with those broken guns, you could do that for a low price of $10 or $20 for the kit. So I think you could explain the fact stuff is constantly breaking by way of corporate greed of, hey, we can just break the game intentionally and we can write it all the way to the bank. Like, easy peasy. And they won't do anything about it. You know, so I think that this is occasionally a correct answer, but I don't know how you would possibly say like prioritizing console development is actually like an example of corporate greed. So I agree with Falcon on this.
When you make a game for the PlayStation 5 or the Xbox Series, you are locked to specifications. The hardware is the same in every PlayStation 5. When you design a game for the PlayStation 5, there's little quirks and eccentricities that all interact with each other and allow you to eke out certain performance gains in certain areas, and there's certain detriments that you have to avoid in certain ways. And it will always be the same on that hardware. Even when they release the PlayStation 5 Plus, it's gonna be compatible hardware that's a little bit better. All the same stuff is still gonna apply. It is not a radically different configuration, and no matter how much more powerful PCs are, the number of configurations that exist in PC gaming is staggering. It's probably not countable. It's that high, compared to 1 for the PlayStation 5.
And obviously this is true, but my understanding is that it's never been easier for developers to scale stuff, since now it's pretty much all tied up in NVIDIA and AMD. I guess Intel you could count as a GPU manufacturer now, but let's be real, not many gamers are using Intel stuff. So that's all tied up there. So in terms of drivers and scalability, it's all pretty straightforward, you know. So this is true, but I think this has always been true. There's something that I hate. You can't change settings on consoles. Like, I get having a limit, but let me change the resolution down or other things to get more frames, for example. I think it's just the moment that you start doing that, you're introducing instability. It's the same reason why iPhones don't let you do whatever you want and customize it the same way you can do with a Samsung, like, or just an Android, just in general. And it's because, like, part of the experience you get on an iPhone is this locked down, consistent performance that you would expect from an Apple product. Whereas on an Android device, they kind of are like, yeah, no, have fun. You can customize it to your heart's content or break it. It's up to you. And on PC, it's the same thing. Like, if you want to crank the game at 8K with like full ray tracing and run at 2 FPS, you can do that. But on consoles, there's sort of a weird, not a weird, it's like sort of an assumption that if you play a console version, it will run well. Maybe not great, it won't look amazing compared to the PC port, but it will run well. It will be stable. That's the expectation for console versus PC. Think of PC like Android and iPhone like consoles.
2 for the Xbox Series. You have the S and the X. And eventually you're going to throw in the upgraded versions of both of these consoles. But still, you can count it on a single hand. Unless you have a spreadsheet and understand
I'm still pissed about Wild Hearts.
It's unlikely you're even going to be able to figure out how many different configurations there are in the PC gaming world. I don't know if you can. I really don't. I'm not going to try, personally. It's not important information. But just from the perspective of shaders, according to Wikipedia, a shader is a computer program that calculates the appropriate levels of light, darkness, and color for the rendering of a 3D scene. Shaders tend to be different based on GPU rendering pipelines, so hey, how many different GPUs are there in the various consoles? 1. The shader's gonna be the damn same all the time on a console game. So guess what you do? You write a shader that's compatible with that console. Granted, you're probably going to write different shaders for different locations because in terms of environmental effects, things are often different in different places in the game. But those shaders are all going to be written for the same graphics pipeline and don't require any kind of adaptation. Shaders, on the other hand, for the PC, have to continually be adapted for different configurations. So a PC game is continually recompiling shaders as you visit new areas in a game.
On consoles, shaders are compiled directly to native GPU instructions during the build, which means they are ready for use rendering as soon as they are in memory. However, on PC, the variability of hardware means shaders have to be compiled by the local driver. This can be a very expensive operation, so just like with buffers and textures, care has to be taken when creating them during gameplay, which is exactly the problem like that Callisto Protocol, Hogwarts Legacy had this a little bit, though they fixed it with a patch that compiles all of it. I think that was the day one patch actually, but the best examples of this would probably be Gotham Knights and Callisto Protocol recently. Both games that didn't pre-compile shaders on launch day on PC, which is why you would just be playing the game and the moment anything new happened on screen, it would stutter and freeze. Really spoiled any sort of jump scare in Callisto Protocol because like something would be happening and then it would just freeze while it compiled the shader and then it would happen. It was really stupid.
Game. That is, of course, work being done that could be done doing anything else. Now, in a perfect world, budgets and deadlines would be set up so that the version of the game that comes out for each platform is the best it can possibly be at launch. As we know, that is not how things go, even when a game is only released on PC or only released on consoles. We are very often seeing games released in incomplete states. So when you have a game exist across these two different paradigms, the one that's most likely to make the most money, generally the one that is geared specifically towards the function of playing a game, is going to be the one that gets the attention first. And I don't want that to read as a defense however, because frankly, I think we're all fed up with both of the issues I just talked about. A, incomplete games being released, and B, PC ports of games coming out and sucking. Like, I think that people are actually starting to get to a point where it's too much. And as game budgets get bigger and scope expands, the question I feel like we're starting to ask isn't, hey, can you stop delaying the games? Like it has been in the past. Like, delays have started to get pretty irritating. The question we're starting to ask more is, hey, executives, can you give the damn developers enough time so that all of the versions of the game that we get are completed before we get them? Like, I did the Before You Buy on Wild Hearts, which is a fantastic game that exhibits both of these issues hard. And it's a big enough slap in the face that the game was basically released incomplete everywhere. But for those of us who would prefer to play the game on PC, myself included, we get a special level of bad. Again, not bad in terms of the game. I'd had nothing but praise for this game. It's just, this has become such a standard, normal issue for multi-platform releases. And I know at this point, this is kind of just a rant, but any developers or publishers, especially any executives who happen to be watching this, I think you could really engender a lot of goodwill by simply carving out timetables for development that allow you to give the PC port enough attention that it's good. At least as good as the console version. But then that brings us into the whole unfinished game issue, which is, it goes beyond this, obviously. Let's use this issue as a start point for our conversations in the comment section, though. If you like this video...
I mean, so I also, one of the other boogeymen of the gaming industry is the executives. And let me be clear, there are a lot of executives out there who are just steaming piles of garbage that walk around in $5,000 suits. You won't hear me like defending those types, absolutely. But like the executives within, say, I don't know what would be a good example. I'm trying to think of a game that launched like a little buggy, but I think it maybe wasn't necessarily all tied up in that. Well, I guess let me just say that, like, I think it's a little more nuanced than just the executives. Like, you have to be a little bit more precise. Because, like, Wild Hearts was published by EA, but it was developed by Koei Tecmo, right? And it launched, like, super broken on PC. Super, super broken. So the question is, was it Koei Tecmo that put the game out and said, yeah, no, we'll be ready for launch on this date, and it just wasn't? Or was it the publisher that caused problems? Was it EA that pushed them a little too hard? Was it like, where does the blame land? And maybe part of it is just miscommunication. That could be part of it. I was speaking actually yesterday with somebody who's a developer with Ubisoft, actually, for an upcoming video. And what was interesting was that he basically blamed working from home, like work remote, which is something that started during COVID. And it was kind of an interesting thing that I hadn't really thought a lot about. But basically what he said was that he felt as though the problems with all of these releases and why games keep releasing buggy was because communication is at a really inconsistent level, and productivity has also dropped significantly. So developers and studio managers and people are saying, oh, we need 6 months usually to do this type of thing. And then they get 6 months in and they're like, oh, we're not actually done with it now, but we guaranteed we'd be done at 6 months. So oops, we're behind schedule and now the game's going to launch buggy. And he's saying that's because productivity dropped. And he thinks it's mainly because of work remote. He's like, if I need to go and well, can I say this without, I think this would apply to most people, so I'll just say it. But he said, like, back when we were in the studio in place, there would be times where like he needed to go and check with a member of the coding team on something. So he would get up from his desk, walk over to the coding team and have a quick 5-10 minute conversation, and then they would do that, figure out what they needed to figure out, and then he'd go back to his desk and keep doing what he was doing. And he said that type of collaborative environment now in a lot of studios around the world is not really a thing. People just work remote. So if you want to communicate with somebody, yes, on paper, yes, you can in theory just hop on a Slack call or chat with them and do that, and I guess achieve the same ends. But he said it's just fundamentally different. The collaborative environment is just, it's important to game development and to putting these things together. And that's kind of where, like, when I was working in real estate, I will say that, you know, we had the lockdowns around that time, and we were all way more productive when we were in the office. Way more. Like, we could quantify it. We could see on the stat page how many like cold calls and meetings were set up, how many deals got done. When we were in person, in office, the whole team was more productive. Even though working from home, we could do all of the same stuff. If we needed to talk to our boss, we could just call them real quick. We could also go, and if we needed to negotiate a contract, we could do that remote. If we needed to cold call people, we could do that remote. You know, there were all these things that you could just do while working from home, but when you were in the office, you just were flat out more productive. And I know it's not like a super popular thing. Terrell, thank you. It's going to read in a second, but it's not popular to say work remote leads to less productivity,
Super chatted $4
but I'm sold on it.
Oh, the autoplay went to a live video.
Oh, that's funny.
I'm at work listening. I didn't notice tears of joy.
Well, I'm glad you made it. Accidentally or not, I'm glad you're here. Some employees are a bit liberal on work hours when home is in the mix. I think so. I just, and again, it's sort of a hot button issue because people really like working from home. And I'm saying this as somebody who likes working from home. Okay. I totally understand it. However, I honestly don't think it's that scandalous a thing to say, to just acknowledge that working in an office space or with your coworkers in person will lead to greater productivity than when you are at home. Maybe that's wrong, but at least in certain businesses, like I'm sure other stuff, it's not actually that big of a difference and it doesn't really matter. With certain industries and things, like if you're working in finance and you just need to like evaluate stock tickers or something, then yeah, you can do that from home and who cares? Like, it's not a big deal. But yeah, I just think that might have a lot to do with not just the delays, but also with the buggy state that a lot of things have launched in, where productivity's probably just dropped and they have to get these games out, so they put it out, you know. I'll take Luke. Yeah, it's a Luke take. Yeah, it's all kind of just a matter of, I mean, a lot of it's tied up in industry, because to be clear, when I like worked at a bank, if I were working at the bank, working remote wouldn't make a lot of sense. But, you know. Oh, crap. What do you mean UPS ran into an issue while delivery? I have a package coming from Amazon, and I just got a notification saying UPS ran into an issue with your delivery. They will try again. I didn't get a doorbell ring. I didn't get anything. I don't understand. Hold on, let me check my Ring doorbell, and I'm going to see if they actually tried ringing the doorbell or if they actually came to the door. Because I'm guessing they didn't even come to the door. Yeah, I have no events. That makes me upset. They tried to deliver it, and they didn't even come to the door. They just drove up, parked in front, and then left it. Package Luke already ordered the PSVR 2? No. I might do it just for shits and giggles, but and also just to be like kind of flex on those fanboys who are like, you're just upset that it's expensive and you're poor. Like, dry up. I'll get it and I'll say the same thing about it. Deal with it. Drinner, thank you for the 2. Yes, Codename Frost. We did try it out on Friday, actually. Sure did. Do you still have leftovers of the signed stickers? Of the Just Wow stickers, yes, I have a few left. By the way, everybody, in case you're not familiar with what he's referring to, let me go here real quick. Hold on. If you want any of these stickers right here, I have them in this box. If you go to lukestevenstv.com, lukestevenstv.com, you can get these little stickers. This is the one of Vil, but the others are bigger. Like here, I'm vibing. So I have a few Just Wow stickers left, and these, to be clear, were like from an old merch run we did back in like 2019, and they've been in storage. They're signed if you care about that, but I will throw one of these in if you buy all 3 of these. I'll just toss it in. But to be clear, once they're gone, like, these are gone, so I can't promise you'll get one, but the sooner you order them, the easier it is to guarantee that you will get one. So head over to lukestevenstv.com and check out those stickers if you're interested. Because we have the Babe and Baby sticker, we have the I'm Vibin' sticker. I'm vibing! Sorry, that was very loud. And, of course, the Hermione, Finley, and Vil. Vil is behind me back here, my little bearded dragon. Hermione and Finley are the cats that you guys see occasionally. So if you want to support the stream, the channel, and everything, then you can do that. It's a great place to be. Great thing to do. Okay, Dead Island 2. I agree. We should check out the Dead Island 2 previews. For those of you not aware, they just released the final preview for Dead Island 2, which is a thing. So let's see what they're saying.
As the one survivor seemingly immune to the zombie infection running rampant in its quarantined Los Angeles setting, Dead Island 2 lets you become the most pugilistic plastic surgeon in Hollywood, doling out blunt force facelifts to every valley ghoul and undead surfer dude staggering around its post-apocalyptic paradise setting. During my recent hands-on with the first 5 hours of this long-awaited zombie-slaying sequel, I had a blood-splattered blast becoming the rotting flesh prince of Bel Air and turning every floor in the city into a ghastly red carpet, even if it did feel at times like I'd curb-stomped a lot of these same skulls before.
I think it looks good. I think graphically it looks good. The gore system looks good. I really don't like the UI and the font. I'm going to be real. I know that's stupid. I know that's a very little thing, but it's just... that one thing bugs me. I have 10 Just Wow stickers. I don't know where to put them. Sorry, Luke. Got to deal with it. Just cover them like all over your mini fridge. If you have a mini fridge, that's a great place.
After surviving a plane crash in its opening moments during an aborted attempt to escape the city, Dead Island 2 sent me on a search for fellow survivors from Bel Air to Beverly.
Can you explore like the high-rise area as well? If you can explore all that, I'm down. This also looks like the overpass in La La Land where they do the tap dancing number.
Hills. The Los Angeles setting is not one big open world. Instead, it's 10 districts stitched together by loading screens, and despite the presence...
Oh. Okay, well, it's something. 10 districts split up by loading screens.
Presence of countless abandoned vehicles, you're forced to remain carbon neutral by roaming around entirely on foot, at a speed that feels somewhat listless in the wake of Dying Light 2's high-speed wall runnings. Still,
real.
each section of the city I've seen so far is sizable and encourages exploration and return visits, with interesting side missions.
That stutter also happened in the trailer thing that we saw, the gameplay trailer. So that stutter right at this crosswalk is here in the early access preview as well. That's a little concerning. Luke, thank you for the 2. Gonna put one on my cardboard cutout of you. Good. Good. I bet I can guess where the Just Wow goes. I bet I can guess.
Is sizable and encourages exploration
See,
and
right
return
there.
visits, with interesting side missions to discover.
Hello? Don't run away.
And overpowered super zombies to encounter that will slaughter you with a single hit if your character isn't at a high enough level. Speaking of which, Dead Island 2 allows you to choose from 6 different slayers, each with their own base strengths and weaknesses. Amy is agile and athletic, able to regain stamina with each weapon throw and gains a damage boost when attacking isolated zombies, while stuntman Jacob has more health and his attacks grow more powerful when landed in quick succession. For my playthrough, I opted for Ryan, the more tank-like member of Dead Island 2's playable cast, who regains health every time he knocks a zombie to the ground. Ryan is described as an exotic dancer and is dressed like a fireman on his way to a bachelorette party, but the closest he gets to a stripper's pole is the steel pole he uses to strip the arms and legs off his undead assailants. Building on each character's base stats, Dead Island 2's skill card system allows you to tailor your character traits to best suit.
This footage actually, I think, is from the B-roll. I think this is like shot for shot the exact same thing we've already seen. So they didn't let them show their own gameplay. When is this out? Isn't this out next month? Concerns me a little. I've done early access events, like even the one I did for Assassin's Creed Valhalla. Oh, sorry.
Assassin's Creed Valhalla.
And even with that one, that was like 6 months before launch. Oh, did it get delayed to August? Oh, maybe. But even with that, they let us use recorded gameplay. It was like they didn't force us to use B-roll. So that concerns me a little bit.
Your playstyle.
Need a red flag emoji? We have one. It should be in there.
It's a refreshingly streamlined approach that contrasts with some of the more convoluted skill trees found in other modern action adventures, allowing you to choose between basic abilities like blocks and dodges, and then layering on cards to further enhance them. The bulk of the cards I unlocked as I progressed to level 10 during my hands-on were useful, though not especially game-changing, like gaining health from well-timed blocks or performing a warcry to receive a temporary boost to toughness. But I'm assuming that some of the flashier superpowered abilities will come in the form of top-tier Newman cards, which I'm unfortunately yet to come across this early in the adventure. You don't need a poker face to handle Dead Island 2's deck of cards, but you will need to poke a face, stab a torso, and lop off an arm or two during each and every encounter with LA's population of meat puppets. Thankfully, you're armed with a unique assortment of improvised utensils in order to tackle Dead Island 2's all-you-can-beat buffet, and many of them feel enjoyably distinct to use. From the satisfying way a heavy attack with a sledgehammer knocks enemies into the ground like fleshy fence posts, to the rapid blows of the brass knuckles that allow you to punch a zombie's brain right out of the back of its skull like you're pitting the world's angriest olive.
Jesus.
Most of them can be upgraded with various mods and perks, like souping up the set of Wolverine-style claws with electricity to bring some extra shock to the ore, or covering a baseball bat with nails so it inflicts persistent bleeding damage with every swing.
This
There's some
gore tech
strategy
is
to
crazy.
weapon choice too. A fire-augmented hammer is less effective against a zombie that's already in flames, for example, so it's good to load up with a set of smacking and slashing tools to suit all occasions. My mastery of my arsenal was tested during one side mission, where a Gen Z influencer tasked me with dispatching waves of monsters in various specific ways.
I know some people say Z is Z and vice versa, but to hear somebody say Gen Z just sounds off. I've only ever heard it used as Gen Z. Maybe I'm the weird one, but
in order to capture footage for her channel. By the end of it, I'd bludgeoned, bisected, and barbecued enough undead assailants to fill her Twitch stream with a steady stream of twitching bodies, and had plenty of laughs while I was at it. This was just one of a handful of memorable set pieces packed full of more rancid zombie varieties than you can shake a barbed wire covered stick at. From enjoying a backyard cookout with freshly grilled ghouls, to dousing undead paramedics in water and lobbing car batteries at them to shock them into submission, to tearing through the zombie cast and crew in a Hollywood backlot, I
That's pretty
relished
fun.
the opportunity to carve out a Californian killing spree in a blaze of gory glory. Despite these hysterical highs, there are early signs here that the decaying flesh hanging off its shuffling citizens might not be the only thing that could grow stale in Dead Island 2. And it could potentially become a fairly repetitive experience over the course of the adventure. Building interiors are notably reused at times, and so are a number of mission objectives. I've had to replace the circuit breaker on an electronic gate to stop the advancing zombie hordes on more than one occasion already, which seems a little uninspired.
This'll work.
In spite of the extensive weapon augmentation and skill buffs, combat in Dead Island 2's opening hours too often boils down to just clumsily caving in zombie skulls with a bunch of blunt instruments. And once the horrifying thrill of the gore has worn off, grinding through these garden variety ghouls does tend to feel about as challenging as bashing a piñata without a blindfold on. On that note, it was striking me as odd that I'd spent 5 hours in the land of the Second Amendment, rummaging through the personal safes and panic rooms of the rich and famous without finding a single firearm. But right at the end of my hands-on, I received a call on the walkie-talkie from returning series character Sam B, informing me that he had a lead on a gun, and acquiring it was to become the next story objective. That was
Oh, thank you, Daily Streamer, for the 5 gifteds. Thank you, my friend. Appreciate you. Welcome, Suyog, Red Cherry Runner, Silence, Spencer, and of course Rocky. Welcome. Glad to have you all.
certainly an enticing way to finish. The guns you see in this footage were unfortunately not available during my hands-on, but their inclusion in the final game in combination with a few more weird and wonderful enemy types and the Berserker Fury mode hinted at in recent trailers has me feeling optimistic that Dead Island 2's combat will evolve enough to keep me on the hook throughout the course of its limb-lopping tour through La La Land. There's certainly a strong foundation for flesh-flaying fun here, so here's hoping that after a 9-year wait for Dead Island 2 to come out, it ultimately proves to be beyond a mere shuffle step forward for the series, and more like a pulse-quickening lunge for your jugular. For more IGN previews, check out our hands-on with crime boss Roque City.
Okay. Well, I mean, I guess there's nothing that surprising. It's all kind of expected. Nothing that outrageous. It's like, yeah, it's a little repetitive so far, but who knows? I don't know. We'll see. I'm intrigued by it. So we'll see. Oh, Silence! Jeez. Thank you guys. That's very, very generous. 10 gifteds from Silence. My goodness. My boner about this game officially died at the 12 disjointed islands. They said it's like 10 different areas that are all separated by loading screens. And I agree that kind of is a boner killer a little bit. It's like, I thought this was next gen. Is it actually next gen or is it cross gen? Hold on. Dead Island 2. Is it cross gen or is it not? Dun, 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 dun. I also don't like the skill cards. I'm kind of burnt out on skill cards. No, it's cross-gen. That's why. It's cross-gen. It's probably been in development for all 9 of those years we've been waiting, so it makes sense. But that's why. It's like, this feels like a last-gen title. It's because it kind of is. So, oops. Oops. But yeah, thank you again, Silence. Welcome, Nick, Lou, Nascent, Brian, Spicy Spice, Nell, Ali, Joseph, Unknown, and Dark Fuse. Welcome, guys. Boom. Boom. Most anticipated games this year, Luke? I mean, for one, I think Hogwarts was near the top. The recent stuff I've seen about Starfield is getting me more interested, for sure. Though I'm still highly skeptical, and I mean, last time they released a game, they basically scammed a bunch of people, so I'm going to be very, very cautious. But I'm interested a lot in that. Dead Island 2, a lot of it looks really good. The weapon customization looks badass. The graphics look great. I'm concerned that people who have tried the game are saying it's like already a little boring and repetitive, and that's only after 5 hours. That worries me a little bit. But I haven't played the game myself, so I don't know. I'm just going off of what they've said. As for other things, yeah, Spider-Man 2, whenever we get that, that'll be interesting. I don't know if I'm like hyped or super excited for that, but I'm interested. Mainly because I just don't know what they're going to do to make that really pop off. But Insomniac's very capable, so I'm sure that's going to be awesome. Joaquin, thank you for the 1 month. So, I don't know. Hogwarts Legacy did not age well at all in the first month. It's been released. I don't know, elaborate. I'm not really sure what you mean by that, Talos. Like, I've always said that it's far from a perfect game. It's got a lot of problems. One of the reasons I wait to do critiques for a little bit after is because I want to make sure people are kind of prepped and primed to be able to discuss the game with a little bit of critical, a little more critical evaluation than they would otherwise. But yeah, Jedi Survivor. Yeah. Hogwarts Legacy starts sucking about 6 hours in. I think that's kind of when it takes off. Achilles. Thank you for the 2 months, first of all. Hi, Luke. Glad to see you liking KSP after recommending... Oh, wait. Hold on. It scrolled up. After recommending it, I've been beta testing an Astro FPS called Boundary and would love to see what you think about it. An Astro FPS. Boundary. Game. Oh, weird. Yeah. It's just like a straight up FPS in space. I mean, this all looks really good. Destructible environments and stuff. If the game actually plays and looks that good, color me intrigued. I always get a little scared when I see like trailers and stuff that look really, really good from a studio I'm not familiar with, because I'm always like, yeah, there's probably a catch. But I'm interested. Looks like it could be fun. Who knew? Who knew? That's very interesting. I'll keep that tab open. I'll add it to my lists. That's interesting. Very compelling. Oh yeah, Breath of the Wild 2, or Tears of the Kingdom, or whatever it's called. I think I'm going to be interested in that. But OMG, Luke, I have further evidence of a quite serious glitch I experienced. Oh no, Sophie, what? You gotta send me what happened. Today I saw a really interesting video on Hogwarts Legacy in Discord, Luke. Good. They're always sharing really good stuff. Oh yeah, Star Citizen 3.18 news segment. Yeah, they dropped 3.18. I updated my version of the game. I haven't booted it up yet though. I'll have to do that. Hold on. Let's take on these videos real quick, because I want to be a little bit more... I don't know. I want to take this in and... Oops, wrong button. I smashed my button or my hand against the thing. I don't know, I have some thoughts. So this video is one from Siggy Snake. And the thesis in the title, of course, is gaming isn't fun anymore. And this is something that a lot of people I see assert all over the place. I know this might be like kind of surprising. I generally have a little bit more of an optimistic outlook on this. It's really basically like it's really, really easy to like cherry pick examples of games that are just lifeless, soulless, that are just sucky, and be like, oh, the industry's dying. But you have to look at the whole thing. Like, you have to look at the whole industry, the fact that nowadays games are more accessible than ever. Indie studios are more successful than ever before. We have scalability with engines like Unreal Engine 5 that make bigger games more doable for smaller teams. Like, we've got some amazing games that have come out. And so while it's really easy to point at a couple of bad apples and be like, see, the whole the whole orchard is ruined. We've got these bad apples here in this basket. But behind you is the whole orchard filled with a lot of really good apples. It can be, something where you can kind of cherry pick, or I guess in this analogy, apple pick, and it proves your point or helps try to argue your point. But I don't think it proves your point. I think often it's just cherry picking. So I think it'll be interesting to see in this video how much nuance is added here, because I will agree, like, multiplayer FPSs, I would say those aren't really fun for me anymore. Those have grown pretty soulless. I think is a lot of it. False expectations, Rari, thank you for the 199. Yeah, I think false expectations are, like, I think that is a big part of it. I would agree with you. That's why Luke be saying don't get overhyped. Exactly. And I think that that's why it's important to be skeptical of things and to not embrace hype as something that's good for its own sake. Some people get really triggered when I do the, like, don't get too hyped thing. And I get it. It feels like I'm raining on your parade. I totally understand that. And I don't mean to, like, be the negative Nancy that makes you upset or makes you feel like you can't be excited about stuff. But the reason that I come in these videos and say, I get we're all excited for Hogwarts, but let's level this out with some of the pros and the cons. So when the game comes out and isn't perfect, you aren't, like, devastated and you aren't shocked that it's not perfect, right? And so I want to just add a little bit of nuance back into the conversation. But people see that and think of it really, really negatively, and I can understand that. But what are you gonna do? Proto, are you telling us to be a spectacle? Basically, yeah. It's just I think, in my view, like, it doesn't make any sense to me when people are like, no, you shouldn't be skeptical of things. It can ruin the fun. For me, I'm like, if I'm skeptical of Hogwarts Legacy and I go into it expecting it from that team to probably have some technical issues, which is what I said before launch. I said, I think we're probably going to see some technical issues, performance issues, things like that, because every other time we've had a massive game come from a smaller team, like Days Gone, it launches with a lot of technical issues. And guess what Hogwarts launched with? Technical issues. So, shocker. Made sense. But guess what? If you go into a game skeptical and then the game ends up being awesome, you're all the more excited. Like, that hype is concentrated into your gameplay experience, and you're all the more excited. But if the game sucks, and I've been skeptical, I'm not, like, my day isn't ruined. I'm like, oh, well, that's a bummer. Poo. Like, it's not that big of a deal. But if you're hyped about a game and it ends up sucking, you're going to be devastated. Can you imagine if Hogwarts Legacy ended up being like 10 hours long and it was just a broken pile of garbage? And I mean, people would have been devastated. People would have freaked out. They would have gotten depressed. They're like, I've been looking forward to this game for a decade, and now it's just, oh man. And it's like, yeah, well, we tried to warn you. But the game ends up being pretty good, and so we're all pretty happy. It's pretty straightforward. I don't understand how people can be like, no, skepticism is like if you want to hate yourself. It's really, really weird. Anyway, but back into this, I'm much more inclined to agree with the thesis that multiplayer FPS gaming isn't fun anymore, because I generally agree with that. I think it's all very kind of brain dead at this point. They just rely on the laziest of content additions and reskins of weapons you've already bought that they charge you $20 for, and they break the game intentionally constantly. All of that stuff. As for like general gaming isn't fun anymore, that I don't buy. So we'll see. Yeah, sports games, I would argue, have not been fun for many years, but that's a whole separate issue. Okay.
Game industry of today, you might think gaming is in a golden age. Video games have never been more popular. Professional gaming is a growing and respected sport, and game publishers see record profits year after year. This surface level success, however, conceals many of the core issues plaguing modern games.
To be clear, the games industry is healthier than it's ever been. Like, the industry is healthy. Yes, most of that success of the industry is tied up in mobile games and microtransactions. I agree that that's not ideal. But the industry, without a doubt, is bigger and healthier financially than it ever has been.
Monetization, egregious laziness, and a total lack of passion or vision. In terms of quality and actual care put into games, modern gaming has been on a consistent decline for close to a decade now. From predatory microtransactions, to broken, unoriginal games, to the current drought of new and interesting IPs, gaming has been reduced from a form of entertainment and artistry to a corporatized money-making venture. As someone who...
I would argue it's always been that. It's always been a corporatized money-making venture. So I don't see how that's new. This has always been the case. Like, do you think Nintendo was not a corporation in 2002 that was primarily concerned with increasing revenues? But, like, this has always been the case.
Who's been into gaming for the vast majority of my life, as someone who genuinely appreciates the passion and artistry present in games, this mass corporatization and denigration of the medium is depressing at best and infinitely vexing at worst. I know I'm not alone in this stance either. The countless failures and disappointments of the modern games industry has left...
Cyberpunk 2077 is nearly unplayable on PS4. Sorry for the rant post, but this is inexcusable. Totally agree. Totally agree. Microtransactions becoming a norm, borderline ruin new age gaming for anyone else. Okay, yeah, I could agree with that. I mean, the problem with like so much of this though is, again, these types of things only happen because people engage with them. Like, if you hate reaction content, like we're doing right now, why are you watching it? Like, if you're watching it, like, that's part of the reason we do it, right? Like, that's part of the reason reaction content exists, is because the main reason, honestly, is because it generates views and people watch it and enjoy it. So it's, it's just, I understand microtransactions are annoying and frustrating, but the reason that they do it, like, is because people buy it at the end of the day. Like, if people didn't buy it, they'd figure it out. I think the reason we don't see loot boxes in all these games is because people weren't buying them and engaging with them as much. So they shifted towards this Fortnite, Call of Duty, Warzone model of charging $20 for a skin. And weirdly, people are buying it. It's really, really weird. I think part of this, though, honestly, is with these particular types of games that heavily monetize skins and things. I think it's because, let's be real, everybody wants to be a streamer. Everybody wants to be Tim the Tap Man and XQC and Nick Merckx. Like, everybody wants to do that for a living and be rich while doing it. And there's this weird perception that you have to, like, in a lot of ways, imitate them. So if you're a streamer with 10 viewers and you really want to be the next Tim the Tap Man and you're playing Call of Duty, if there's a gun that, like, breaks the meta, like the DMR back in the day or the Gallantry Mac 10, you're going to buy it because, like, you have to be competitive. You want to play well so that you can keep growing as a streamer. So you're going to buy it and you're going to justify it to yourself as a business expense, right? So you're going to engage with it, even though, like, you're making the problem worse. And I think because there are millions of people that are trying actively to do the streamer YouTuber thing, try to get there, I think a lot of people are engaging with these microtransactions while actively detesting them and preaching their hatred for these things. And I think that's borne out by the fact, like, I know for a fact, a lot of the people that hate on microtransactions probably also have bought microtransactions. Like, a lot, I'm guessing. Same with people who are pissed about $70 games. Well, if you don't want to pay $70 for games, if all of us refused to pay it until it dropped on sale down to $60, then boom. Crimson, I'm proud of you. Rocky, I'm proud of you. And Bep, I'm very proud of you. A hell of a lot more people than you three are buying microtransactions, and that's why they keep doing it. But I'm glad you are doing it and you are sticking to your guns. I'm very, very glad. Problem with that, dude, is that everyone is waiting for everyone else to start doing it. Well, I mean, it's the same thing like with like voting in general. Like people are always saying, well, I don't know if I want to vote for this thing because, one vote, or I don't know if I want to bother going out to vote in this election because one vote isn't going to make a difference. It's like one vote doesn't make a difference, but a sea of people making one vote does make a difference. If everybody comes together and it's just like, no, I'm going to stick to my guns, I'm not going to buy this, and that's it, just as a matter of principle, you'll see a change. And that's the thing, like with the NFT things, there was that article that people wrote where it was, wasn't it titled something really stupid? It was like, congrats, you bullied. Yeah, I think this is it. Such a cringe title. This. Good job, Internet. You bullied NFTs out of mainstream games. Or at the very least, made fun of them enough to keep us all from losing our grip on reality. Yeah, it ended up being like, yeah, good job. Like, actually, good job. Not like sarcastic. Good job, Internet. But like, good job, Internet. But like, this is the thing. NFTs were such a cringe thing and so few people bought them in the few games that launched with them that now they've largely been bullied out of major games. Like, even though companies like Ubisoft have invested tens of millions of dollars into these things, it's basically a waste. GameStop famously spent like $100 million developing an NFT marketplace that now is like a total waste. Like nobody is going to use it. It's a waste of money. But they did that thinking that they could cash in on a quick trend. But because the gaming community as a whole came together and said, we're not doing that. Nope. They stopped. Right? So if you're really pissed about microtransactions, we all just have to come together and refuse to engage with it. I would, the problem is that there's just so many people that are still going to be engaging with microtransactions because there's a lot of people, and this is the other part of it. We are kind of in a weird niche right now. I'm going to be real. Not many people, not even most people, I would say are like watching active gaming YouTube content. Not many people are watching YouTube streamers and things. Most people have like one or two games that they play every year and they play the crap out of them. It might be FIFA, it might be Madden, and then Call of Duty or some other multiplayer game. And that's generally how this works, is that there's like one game that they love and they play that one game like crazy and they spend money on microtransactions. They do all of this stuff. That's most people.
$33.81.
Oh, thank you.
The odd microtransaction if I choose to, as long as it's not cutting game content and rammed down gamers' throats.
Yeah, and I will say, Sean, the exception I make for microtransactions, let me be clear, I'm not one of these purists. I'm not as cool as like Rocky, for example, or Crimson, where I like come out and I'm like, I don't buy any microtransactions. I'm okay with spending $5 on a skin if it's a game, especially that's free to play. Like Valorant. Valorant, great game. Their skins are really expensive, so maybe that's not a great example. But like maybe Overwatch 2 or maybe Apex or something. It's free to play. I got this game for free and I've put hundreds of hours into the game. I'm okay tossing them $5 for a cool skin on my main character. I don't have a problem at all with that because it's a free to play game. So yeah, I'll give you a little kickback because you've provided me so much entertainment, right? So I don't have a problem with that. The reason they break it up into so many smaller transactions is to, one, offer a ton of variety. So if you want to customize each aspect of your character, you can do that. And they can charge you each step of the way. And then also they want to do that because the hope is you spend $5 here. Next week, you spend another $10. The week after that, you spend $7. And before you know it, in the span of like 6 months, you've actually spent $250 on the game when you didn't even realize you were doing that. That's the other piece of it. And that's what like is particularly slimy about microtransactions, which I totally agree is slimy. Dan, by the way, thank you for the 550 Canadian. Thanks for preaching this, Luke. As someone who works in the industry, it's very frustrating to hear modern gaming is dying. It's not at all. Yeah, it's the easiest like clickbait thing to get videos to do well to take the side of like Reddit and just be like, yep, everything sucks. And it's just kind of lazy. I'm hoping that this guy gets into a little more nuance and isn't just saying the gaming industry is a joke now, because it's clearly not. And even as you're saying, like the artistry in video games has disappeared. Like there's this amazingly artistic games that are releasing constantly. Like constantly, especially indie titles are more enabled to succeed than ever. There are more publishers that are approaching indie studios and offering them publication deals than ever before. I know somebody who runs a fund. It's not really a hedge fund, it's a private equity fund, but basically he got a bunch of rich people together and then they go out and they find indie studios and smaller developers, throw money at them to develop a game, and then they get the rights to publish it, and then they get like 10% royalties, blah, blah, blah. But like, I know people that do this actively, and they didn't do it 5 years ago, and there's many of them that are doing it now.
Left most gamers tired and frustrated. To that end, I want to chart the slow descent of this once great industry. Look at where it's heading.
Oh, he just said once great industry. Okay, it's going to be one of those videos. Buckle up, boys! It's about to get stupid.
And what we should do in response. Like and subscribe. Before we can discuss the dismal state of modern gaming, I want to first look at the era which preceded it, along with what made it unique. I think few would argue that the mid-90s to late 2000s was a true golden age of gaming, and for a number of reasons. While the actual quality of games from this time period can't be understated and will be discussed, one of the biggest factors in this golden age was the state of gaming and the broader games industry. Gaming was considered a more nerdy or unusual hobby back then. You weren't getting bullied at school for not having the latest Fortnite skin, but for playing video games in the first place. This relative unpopularity meant that the games industry was just a fraction of its current size.
A lot of this is starting already to sound like a negative recency bias. So basically a hatred of things newer and a love of things retro. And that's also tied up in sort of a nostalgia bias as well, where it's things were good back when I was a kid because I played those games and those games are so special and I love those games. Like, and I get that, but you don't get to just say that the games industry is dead. The games industry is dying. It was once great, now it sucks. Like, you have to justify those claims. You don't get to just say that. Like, I'm going to call you on it. I would love for you to justify it, because, like, if the games industry is actually dying, I'd like to know that, especially as somebody who relies on this as a living, you know? Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh no, I'm frozen. Oh, am I back? I just saw a reconnection. Am I back? We are back, Luke. Okay. That was weird. I don't know why that was. Okay. Well, anyway, that was really weird. What was the last thing I said? I don't know. Something like, you know, it's the same exact argument that people make when they're like really like, it's the old guy sitting in his lounge chair freaking out about, you know, American football used to be great. Back in the 70s, they barely wore any pads at all. And now they wear all of this padding and they look like a bunch of pansies. And this is garbage. It was all trash. There's too many rules now. You know, it's the back in my day, garbage thing that we're used to, like, our grandparents doing, and it seems like that's kind of what this entire video is.
Firstly, game developers and publishers were much more numerous back then. Various small and
Wait, what?
Conversely, game developers and publishers were much more numerous back then.
This is just not true. How do you say with a straight face that in the 90s there were more game publishers and developers? Like, this is just like objectively, provably, and demonstrably false. I don't want to beat up on this guy, to be clear. because he's got a small channel. He's chasing the dream, and I think he's got a lot of potential and talent. He's got good scripts, and he's editing stuff well, to be clear. But like this whole video so far is just like it's heavily biased. You're not justifying your claims. You're just asserting stuff. And some of the stuff you're asserting is laughably bad. Like, and laughably and provably false. I just don't get it. I don't know. We need a second crash of the video game industry where all those corrupted and greedy corpos go bankrupt and vanish. I don't think we need that crash, actually. Like, the games industry in the 80s was very different from where it is now. Now, really the problem in the 80s, because what he's referring to, for those of you not aware, basically back in like the 80s, there was a big gaming crash and it was all tied up in the fact that a lot of video games were being just shoveled out. It was basically shovelware. You know, it was garbage. Like games like the E.T. game is the one that's commonly brought up, where it is like a 10-minute game. It's laughably bad. It's thrown together quickly. They charge $60 for it, and they would put it on a store shelf. People would buy it, get home, and be really disappointed. Now, the reason why that became a major issue is because of lack of communication, reviews, and infrastructure to establish quality of games. Now, with YouTube streaming, game reviewers being ubiquitous, this type of thing is just not on the same level. If a game sucks ass, everybody will know. Anybody who wants to know will know. So if they launch Callisto Protocol and the PC port sucks, people will find that out. So it kind of... the market is able to correct itself right now, whereas in the 80s, before the internet, there wasn't any means of doing that. You would just go out, buy a game, hope it didn't suck ass. And a lot of the time, it did suck ass because they knew that they could sell you a broken pile of garbage and there was nothing you could do about it. Now on Steam, you buy a terribly optimized port like Wild Hearts and it sucks, you just refund it within 2 hours. You refund it, get your money back. You buy a console game, it sucks, return it. You can do that. Like this type of thing is just so toxic. Like calling for a gaming crash. Like it's one of those things again that people just say and they don't think about what they're actually saying. But then, you know, you have 1.8 thousand people that come in and like the video or like the comment, even though like this is just kind of like dumb. I get the idea. You want the greedy corpos to go bankrupt and vanish. I totally agree with that. I would love that. But nobody wants a second video game industry crash. And if you're calling for a crash of your industry that you call home, I'm not sure that you actually are welcome there. I think you should reevaluate. I don't think you're actually a gamer. I think you're a contrarian who's kind of a negative Nancy a little bit. Like, so I don't know. If he's like, if this whole video, we're 2 minutes into the video and he's already asserting things that are laughably and demonstrably false. So I don't know if we want to, I honestly, I don't really want to go through 16 minutes of this with just more bald-faced assertions that aren't backed up and that are laughably bad. So let's try this other one that is perhaps a little better from the pie face. Let's see if he can justify the idea that gaming isn't fun anymore. And I hope that this is a little more nuanced than just the industry sucks because in the 90s I played games as a kid and I liked those games more. Let's see.
Listen, guys.
Already this reminds me of Clean Prince Gaming's videos with the VHS tapes. You remember those back in the day?
Here's the thing. I'm old. I have gray hairs. But there's one thing that's been in my life since my hair was short and full of color. And that's video games. But recently, I've realized that I spend a lot more time consuming content about video games than I do actually playing video
Dude, do you see the comments?
A lot more time consuming
This must have been when he did a video on was Atrac the streamer who was caught with like the web page up and he was watching some videos or something. Like I think that's what it was. Yeah, that is him. Okay. Yeah, this I don't know why he chose this clip. This is funny because this isn't really a gaming clip, but that's pretty funny.
About video games than I do actually playing video games. In fact, in the past couple of years, there's been months at a time where I did not play a single minute of video games. And it most certainly is not because I'm a busy and accomplished adult with a roaring career and social life, because quite the opposite. My life mostly revolves around watching YouTube videos, streams, and shows, but I actively miss playing video games and spending countless hours immersing myself in creative worlds and game systems, and it seems like I'm the only one with this problem.
I'll be real, dude. You're not alone. You're not alone. I've been in this too, okay? I've been in this rut as well. Back in like 2018, I went through a rut that was really bad like this, where I would sit down at my computer and I would like say, I want to play a game tonight. And I just couldn't come up with anything. I was like, everything I booted up was kind of like, been here, done that. I just wasn't that into it, you know? I needed to reboot. And that's, for me, it was like God of War 2018 gave me a big boost. And then Red Dead Redemption 2 was like supercharge. So I don't think you're alone, to be clear. I think that this is a common thing. It happens in every hobby, you know. Back when I was playing like competitive chess, going to tournaments and stuff, I would get burnt out. Right around the time that the tournament year ended, around like May or April, I would just be so burnt out that I would need a break. I would go off, I'd do something else, I'd get really into some other little hobby over the summer. And by the time the fall came around, I was ready to jump back in. So this is something that like is common. I don't want him to feel like this is weird or abnormal. This does happen. It's called burnout, and it happens a lot. And whenever I run into burnout, you have to just rediscover the fun. Sometimes that means taking a break and doing other things. You know, get really into lifting, get really into hiking or swimming, or do something else, just something different. And it's also about finding whatever that game is that's going to reignite that spark. And sometimes you have to wait a little bit for that, but it just depends on when that falls. Because for me also, I was starting to feel really burnt out, and then Elden Ring hit, and I played the ever-living crap out of Elden Ring. So, you know. Sophie, I had this exact issue literally at the end of last year. I wasn't excited about loading my PlayStation for a good couple of months. Yep. It just happens. I need to do cardio, but it's so boring. I agree. It is very, very boring. What I've done is I find, like, for me, it was Deadliest Catch. You remember that show from back in the day? Watch a whole episode of Deadliest Catch. The agreement is I'm going to walk on the treadmill or jog on the treadmill or do the Stairmaster until this episode is over. And because it's like high drama, intensity, reality, crab fisherman TV, like it's intense, I find myself regularly like hyper engrossed, so the time flies by. I'm gonna be real.
All of my friends still have the games that they're obsessed with and play all the time.
Sorry, this is so derpy.
I personally don't enjoy most of those games since apparently I'm a boomer that hates games now.
Sure are.
So what's the deal? Am I growing out of this hobby that I've loved for so long? Or perhaps I'm just jaded from the infestation of corporate greed and its insatiable hunger for infinite growth afflicted upon us at every corner, in every game, with cash shops and battle passes, so many battle passes, and coins, and the crystals you have to buy, and the crystals, you don't get the right amount of crystals, and it doesn't make sense for all the items in the shop because you have a little left over because they want you to spend more money. Or maybe games are just bad now.
Or maybe you're just burnt out, which happens to everybody. I love gaming. My life is based around gaming. And I get burnt out. It happens. But people like look for a solution to the thing, or they look for a cause, they look for a reason that they feel burnt out or are feeling this way. And sometimes it's just, you played a lot of games and now you're burnt out. Take a break. That's okay. It's not to say that the games industry is dying.
Or is it some other nuanced collection of reasons that I'm going to spend the rest of this video exploring and talking about? Yeah, no, games are definitely just bad now.
Win me over, my friend. Win me over. I want to be convinced. But just like the last video with the last guy, I'm not going to let you just say shit, okay? So let's back it up. This is straight up clean prints. Talk about nostalgia. This is straight up clean prints. The VHS going in there. At least I think this guy has better like delivery of his script. I'll give him credit. How big is he? Oh, he's like a 5.57 thousand. He's doing, I mean, this is pretty good quality for a small channel. Music volume could come down a little bit. I'll be real, but script is good so far. I'm interested. I'm captivated. I think his delivery is really solid. So props.
It was the early 90s. One of my earliest, most vivid memories of...
Already. First thing that jumps out to me. Already we're seeing this like negative recency bias and the nostalgia bias coming in. The 90s were great because that's when I was a kid and I loved games back when I was a kid. So now games suck because they're not the same as when I was a kid, you know?
Video games was the Christmas that I got a Super Nintendo. I got this Mickey Mouse game called The Magical Quest, starring Mickey Mouse. I remember just laying down in my living room for hours playing on my little CRT TV. It was like crack to my tiny little underdeveloped brain, just seeing pixels.
Sorry, that's awesome. This little girl cranked up on the cotton candy. Oh, dude, by the way, I am a sucker for cotton candy. Don't mess with me when I'm on some cotton candy. I go hard. I love me some cotton candy, man. It's a problem.
Pixels moving at my command. I was hooked. And that was it. The floodgates were open. Throwing Foot Clan ninjas into the screen in Turtles of Time. Collecting all the letters and Donkey Kong Country.
Stomping Koopas.
And Super...
Oh, Chris! Chris! Damn it! Stomping Koopas. Oh, goodness. See, again, great editing. I'm still not sold he's going to justify any of this, but good editing, man. Good clips.
Super Mario World, solving puzzles with all the cool items and the Link to the Past, that kick-ass intro in Super Metroid. I was hyped and stressed out of my little mind for that. This era was peak gaming and would forever solidify me as a Nintendo fanboy. But then, a few years later, the most fateful day of any kid growing up in the mid-90s. The Christmas where I got my... It was that sick-ass green one that was bundled with Donkey Kong 64 and that little RAM pack. But now, games were 3D. Donkey Kong, Mario, Zelda all had an entirely new dimension to explore, opening up so many gameplay options. But that wasn't all, because you could play with 4 players. Mario Kart, Mario Party, Smash Bros.
I will say, I was not like old enough to appreciate this generational leap, but I can only imagine how exciting it must have been to go from 2D to 3D. Like, it must have been amazing. It must have just been like a whole new world. Like, it just magic, pure magic. I can only imagine. Because now, like, each generational leap is like, oh, now it looks a little better. Or now we have subsurface scattering for skin. Like, it looks a little better, you know? But that was like the change.
Super chatted $5.
You know? Thank you.
TBH, I think we loved games more as a kid cause we were just kinda dumb. You play old games now and they feel awful.
I think the naivete is certainly a factor. Because I've played a lot of games, as a kid, when I was allowed to play games, I had a lot of fun with some objectively terrible games. We played so much Minnesota Cuke. Dude, which was like a Donkey Kong Country ripoff. We played so much of that. And we had so much fun with it. Even though that game is objectively very, very bad. It's terrible. But when you're a kid and you aren't allowed to have just any game you want, you just end up making the most of what you get. And so you delve into the games that you have and you really enjoy them for what they are because you don't know any better. But as you get older, I think this is, I agree. I think part of what happens is people get more context. They have more things to compare the games they're playing to. And so they start to notice the problems and nitpick it. And let me be clear, like, I am somebody that for a living, I break down games and I critique them and I do this day in, day out. But for me, critiquing and nitpicking games allows me to gain a deeper understanding and appreciation even of what the games are doing well. And when a game does something well, I appreciate it all the more because I've critically analyzed all these other games and that game in question. So I really get to know it very, very well. But for some people, breaking down games in that hypercritical way can actually ruin it for them. It can actually make the game like... It can make them not like gaming because they start to break it down and it feels like they're just tearing things down. So not everybody should do the kind of thing that like I do, to be fair. My brain works in a weird way where the more I tear things apart, the more I appreciate them. I don't know. It's like, you know, I was that kid who like, there's a cool Lego set. I want to take it apart to figure out how you put it together and that will make me appreciate it more. But some people would be like, why would you take it apart? Then it's no longer together, you know? Rocky, so you're a cynic.
Basic.
The rise
of party games. You can sit on the couch with your friends, smacking controllers out of each other's hands, accuse them of cheating, ruin friendships. It was great.
Accuse them of they were cheating. Let's be real. I will say, this is one thing you will get me on, and I will agree with you. The loss of split screen gaming has been a travesty. We need to bring that back. Split screen gaming is a treasure. It is in and of itself magical, and we need to bring that back. I will argue that point to my death. Like, dear God, we need split screen gaming again.
But party games weren't the only thing that benefited from the 4 controller slots. Multiplayer first-person shooters. My friends and I spent countless hours on GoldenEye 64. We even used to get cardboard boxes and tape them up to the screen to section it off.
So you're a Civic. Yes, Honda. Quite. Dude, I miss my Honda Accord so much. You guys know, I was like a responsible adult and I sold my Honda Accord because it was expensive and I use it like once or twice a week. I miss that thing so much. It's only been gone like 6 months.
Rari2XX super chatted $4.99.
Thank you, Rari.
When I had the DS, I was excited. Sonic Rush, The Incredible Hulk, Mario, Megamind, etc. PSP with GTA and GAO also. I love gaming to this day. I'm 20.
Yeah. Well, and you know, maybe as this guy said, you just aren't old enough to really become depressed and cynical. But, you know, you still have a healthy attitude towards gaming, which is good. But I'm sure the day will come when you start to feel a little burnt out. I'll be real. A lot of the burnout people feel is usually right after a game they were really excited for flops and is terrible. And then they get super disappointed because they were hyped. So one of the reasons I try to talk people down off the hype cliff, because in general, I think it can do a lot more harm than good. And it can cause a lot of people to just feel like, screw this, you know, so. I think that's part of it.
Also, that you can screen look. We took that shit very seriously. Now, by this time, first-person shooters already existed on PC, but I had the crappiest Dell that was cheap and out of date, even for the late 90s.
For real though, you can find these on YouTube. These old compilations of Office Rage, where they had like the Office security cameras, and it's from like almost all of them are from the 90s, early 2000s, and you get to see people just explode on their computers and hardware. It's honestly one of my guilty pleasures. If you ever want a good laugh, just look up like vintage Office Rage compilation, and there's a surprising number. It's honestly pretty funny. Carl, thank you for 2 months. The reason I know I can be blindsided by nostalgia is because I enjoy Crash Twinsanity more than most really well made and polished games that release now. But you're aware of it. You're aware of it, and that's good. That's hilarious though. Okay, hear me out. Hogwarts Legacy, I was super hyped. I'm 8 hours in and I don't even and now I don't even open it. Explain this. So you were super hyped. You're 8 hours in and now you don't even open it. So it didn't live up to your expectations, you mean, Rocky? Like you were super hyped and like the energy you had for the game was burnt before you even got the game? What it might have been is like you just got so excited, all of your energy for Hogwarts got expended before you even got your hands on it. And then it came and you're like, okay, well, what now? You know?
Though I was still able to play Bang.
Bep, Terrell Washington had a super chat apparently and it didn't get through. Oh, really? Hold on. Sorry, ever since we moved over to Stream Elements, occasionally they don't go through. I've been trying to watch it and catch them. But, oh yeah, I missed a couple. Oh, I bet it's when the stream died for a little bit. I bet that reset some of it. Okay, let's see. Okay, Terrell Washington, yes. Blurry, Frozen, Cursed. Luke was Maddie's revenge. Blurry, oh yeah, Maddie came back. At least the freeze for the stream was not nice and long. Moa. Oh, poor Maddie. And then Basit, thank you also. Luke, I get that you disagree with this title, but it could be worse. Imagine gaming didn't die. It was murdered and Fortnite players pulled the trigger. That, you know what? It could be worse. It could be worse. Isn't it funny though? Like both of these like old school games are better. Gaming sucks now. Gaming's dead now. The industry is terrible. All of these videos are eerily similar to the old essays of Clean Prince Gaming, who was well known for his X game didn't just die, it was murdered. Like, and he really was the centerpiece of preaching like hyper negativity about video games. It's really interesting to me. You know, it's interesting.
Like Roller Coaster Tycoon, Age of Empires.
Dude, Roller Coaster Tycoon. I watched a documentary. I know this is going to take like half an hour or 2 hours to get through, but you know, that's why this is how we do it. Okay. When we do reactions to content, I try to add something. And so I'm not just sitting here watching a video like other streamers. So when I have something to say, I'm going to pause it. You know, I'm going to speak my mind. In this case, I will say I watched a documentary on the creation and development of Roller Coaster Tycoon, and oh my God, it will make you appreciate so much more that game. It's like honestly pretty amazing what they like, how this dude built this game. It's unbelievable. Makes you really, really appreciate the game.
Empires 2, StarCraft. I knew the PC was eventually going to be where it's at for me. But for now, the next console era was upon us. I really feel like there was 2 games in particular that defined this generation for me personally. The first game was Smash Bros. There was so many more characters in the first game, so many more stages. It controlled beautifully. It was a masterpiece. One time my parents made us go play outside, and so we stuck the TV up against the window and threw the controllers out there, and so we were all just standing outside playing Smash Bros through a window.
That's honestly pretty hilarious. I don't think I've ever heard of anybody else doing that, but that's freaking awesome.
And the second game was Time Splitters 2. From the same developers of GoldenEye, Time Splitters would become my favorite shooter to this day. The game had an insane amount of game modes, tons of characters, a map editor that you make your own story missions. It had it all. One of my friends was a genius when it came to making maps, and every time we got together, he had a couple new maps that had some interesting gimmick that completely changed the way we played the game. One of my favorite maps of his was one where it was just this square. It was like a grid of rooms with doors, and we would run around with one shot, one kill baseball bats. It was terrifying. If you
it almost gave me a stroke just watching that. Oh,
never played Time Splitters, I'm sorry, you're really missing out.
But this is another one of those things with the nostalgia bias. We can look at this now, and honestly, if I tried to play Time Splitters, I probably would think it sucks because we're playing it nowadays. But same thing, like I played the ever-living crap out of Red Faction multiplayer back in the day because it had the destructible environments. Red Faction 1 multiplayer. This looks like it. I played so much of this back in the day, I can't even tell you. We had friends over, we'd do stuff, and bro, I played so much. And so I look at this and I get like tingly feelings in my belly. I'm like, oh, it's so great. It's so amazing. Everybody should love it. And for him, it's Time Splitters. But like, we have to acknowledge that this is a bias. Like, this is something that I love because it was part of my childhood. And if it weren't part of my childhood, I wouldn't love it anywhere near as much. Like if I played this now, or if I were this age now going back to it, I don't think I would be this like lovey-dovey towards it. I think I'd have many more negative things to say. I'd have plenty of problems. Bro, the running animations were so stupid. They were so bad. It's terrible. Just wretched. Wretched. Truly wretched. But I mean, going back to this, so far, like, I don't think any argument has really been made other than when I was a kid, I played games that I loved a lot. And I kind of need more than that. Carl, thank you for the £2. Here's a couple of quid for you. Best channel IMO. Oh, thank you, my friend. That's very sweet of you. And thank you. You didn't have to donate, but I appreciate it. Thank you.
Era of couch gaming would not last forever, though. And in fact, it was soon coming to a close. Monday, March 15th, 2004.
Yeah, to be fair, he titled this section Nostalgia. Yeah, well, that's why I'm hoping that, like, as he gets through this, he can transition to, like, arguing that, yes, this is, like, a nostalgic bias, yes, but maybe he's going to talk about how, like, these big publishers are trying to take advantage and capitalize on nostalgia while taking these old franchises and then reworking them in a greedy way, in a way that sucks to profit. Like, there's certain things he could argue here. So I think he's laying the groundwork. I'd say this is probably, I don't know. I think he's probably setting it up for something, hopefully. Proto, I feel like Donkey has a similar vibes in his video. He really discounts modern games and primarily seem to just think Super Mario and Donkey Kong or retro type games are better. Yeah, well, and let's be real. Some people just like retro games more. My brother Jacob likes retro games mostly. He doesn't really play a ton of modern stuff other than like maybe Apex and stuff like that. But some people just prefer retro games. And I'm fine with that. But it's when you say like the games industry is dying. That's when I'm like, I don't know if you can say that. Like, if you just like retro games more than modern games, cool. But that's a separate, like, that's a subjective thing. That's fine. But going all the way the next step to the games industry is dying because I like older games better. Like, that's a bit much.
This was the day that I created my first RuneScape account. It would be my first introduction into the world of MMOs, the genre that encapsulated everything
Michael,
that I
thank
loved
you.
about gaming. The adventure, the immersion, puzzle solving, crafting, and I could play and enjoy it with my friends and hundreds of people across the world. I had no idea what I was doing, but I was loving every minute of it. Later that year, a certain other MMO would release, World of Warcraft. Unfortunately, there was one issue. I still had dial-up internet. It would be a few years until I got out of dial-up hell, so in the meantime the only way I could play World of Warcraft was either by playing at friends' house, or sneaking the installation onto the school computers in the library, which I absolutely did. They were not very well managed at the time. I wouldn't hit max level in World of Warcraft until the tail end of Burning Crusade just before Wrath. But by then, World of Warcraft was the game that I played, and it would remain that way for several years until about halfway through my senior year of high school.
Okay.
That's when I got beta access to StarCraft II: Wings of Liberty. My friends and I were so hyped for this game, we spent every day in school in our computer class just playing StarCraft II. I fell in love with competitive gaming and esports because of StarCraft II. It was the first game that I actually tried to play competitively and work my way up a ranked ladder. I would practice almost every day with friends, watch Day 9 and Husky videos, aspirations of going pro. I only ever made it to Plat, but getting to Plat felt incredible. I remember my friend and I used to wake up at like 5 in the morning to watch the GSL. And in 2011, as a broke college student in Orlando, Florida, I bought a ticket to MLG using a literal bag of coins. But it was such an incredible experience. My friends and I got to meet all of our favorite players, Huck, In Control. We also got to...
Is that... I can't tell. Is that Super Young Destiny? It kind of looks like Super Young Destiny. I don't know. It kind of looks like it. Doesn't it? Am I crazy? It has to be. It looks a hell of a lot like him if it's not. Like, hell of a lot like him. Who calls their child Destiny? His name is Steven, but I think you knew that. Or maybe his name is Destiny and his actual streamer name is Steven. Who knows? I did see a clip. It was like a compilation of like cringy debate bro moments. And there was a debate between like, I think it was Destiny and then like Red Pill debate coach or whatever his name is, who's just like an egomaniacal, like malignant narcissist. Like that Red Pill debate coach guy is like actually out of his mind. And the whole, like it's a 3-minute clip of the guy just like calling him a girl because he has a girl's name. It was like actually hilarious. It was ridiculous. And he's like, my audience is going to really enjoy seeing that I'm debating a woman because you have a name like Destiny. And he has this really weird forced laugh. The whole thing was so cringe. It was horrible. It was horrible. But yeah, I'm pretty sure this is Destiny. I'm pretty sure. I don't know, was Destiny known for StarCraft or like, is that something he did? I don't know, maybe.
I had to meet Day 9, Husky, Artosis, and Tasteless. It would be my very first, and unfortunately, my very last live gaming event. And eventually, StarCraft 2 would give way to League of Legends, which a few years later gave way to Smite, which would be the last competitive esport.
If you want to see Destiny and something funny, look up Destiny and Mike from PA. Just Mike from PA. Versus Destiny. It's actually hilarious because Mike from PA is like a well-known lol cow, and it's pretty hilarious.
Game that I played seriously. None of them really grabbed me in the same way that StarCraft 2 did, and I'm not sure any other competitive esport ever will. This was about the peak of gaming in my life. The best of it all came before, and I feel like I can pinpoint the exact year that the steep slope downward began, and that year was 2014.
Okay.
This was the year that StarCraft was all but dead. The year Warlords of Draenor came out, the first ever World of Warcraft expansion that I did not buy or play. This was the year Destiny released and was a massive disappointment. This was the year that Smite introduced loot boxes. This was the year that WildStar released and failed. And every year on from this point just seemed to be one big disappointment after another. It felt more and more common for games to release unfinished or broken or have some predatory monetization. Every year seemed worse than the last. Gaming seemed different now.
Okay. Going into this, I'll say gaming has changed. It's gotten bigger than ever. More players are engaging with games than ever. And so the industry has changed. As for individual games, nothing's stopping developers from making games that appeal to every single niche that exists. And if anything, it's more realistic to expect that companies will be able to do that than ever before. So I am not totally sure what approach he'll have for the rest of this in terms of arguing that games have changed and it's fundamentally different. I would guess most of this is going to just be sort of showcasing a bunch of games that have loot boxes and heavy monetization and that are buggy and broken, which I agree. And the great thing that we can all celebrate is that almost all of those games that did that stuff flopped and lost money, which is why the next cycle from those studios and publishers, they didn't do that same thing. They tried to change their approach and do something different, which is how it's supposed to work. If you put out something that's a broken pile of garbage that's heavily monetized, the game is supposed to perform poorly, and then it's supposed to fix itself later on. The market kind of corrects itself, but sometimes it just takes time. So it's really easy for us to look like in the moment and then freak out. And it's like, no, you got to have a wider perspective. Do you want me to contact him? Who? I don't know. I propose a new format for Luke's channel, debate these dudes. I'd be down. I'd be down to chat. Like, I have no problem with that. I think that could be fun. I have a dilemma. I'm really excited for Starfield, but I only have a Series S and I don't know if it'll run well. Should I get a Series X? It's mainly based on the monitor and or TV that you're using it on. So if you have a 4K TV, yeah, get a Series X without a doubt. But getting a Series X without a 4K TV is kind of a waste. So I'd say it just comes down to that. It's mainly the resolution of the display that you're on. So if you're playing, if you already have 4K, then I'd say go for it. Then otherwise, probably not. The Series S should be fine. In theory, it shouldn't be that different. In theory.
The gaming industry has grown.
Oh, you meant the guy in the vid will be good exposure for him. Plus a great debate for you. Yeah, I mean, you could totally reach out to him. Yeah. Just be like, hey, my name's Rocky. I represent Luke Stevens. He watched your video. Would you want to come on stream and talk about your video? I'd be down.
Grown incredibly fast since I first picked up a controller. In fact, in 2021, the games industry raked in more cash than music and film combined. A good bit of this growth can be attributed to the rise of mobile gaming, which in 2021 made up 45% of the total revenue in the industry. And of course, the stench of this heaping pile of cash would not go unnoticed by the insectoid swarm of C-suite executives, and with their grubby little shit-stained appendages and their Dunkus touch, they've pushed hard to make console and PC gaming monetization more closely resemble that of a mobile game, attempting to normalize all the same underhanded tactics which apply psychological manipulation in various ways to pry as much money as they can out of its users in a
So this is one thing I actually find really interesting and compelling potentially, is the argument that the reason the gaming industry has changed is because the way that they're monetizing specifically is tied up in psychological manipulation, trying to repackage basically gambling in the form of video game engagement, and that's what makes it unacceptable. And that I find much more interesting. I'm much more intrigued by that discussion. And I think that there's an argument to be made there, especially with loot boxes. I don't know how you argue with a straight face that loot boxes are like not gambling. I really don't know how you argue that with a straight face. But I think there is something to be said where, like, clearly they're trying to take advantage of people who are prone to gambling addictions, and they're trying to push them into this situation where they would potentially or could potentially find themselves spending a lot of money on things that they probably shouldn't be spending money on. Luckily, these things have largely left the industry. Now loot boxes really are not a thing, except for like Apex. But that's the only big game I can think of that still uses loot boxes. I don't know, maybe I'm just not familiar with like a ton. But I mean, this is, again, it's easy for us to look at one release in 2017 or 18 and be like, see, gaming sucks. But the market adjusted after these things were caught so negatively. FIFA, yeah, well, I think we can all agree FIFA should be burned in a fire and should have a long time ago. So does CSGO use loot boxes? I honestly don't know. Like I said, I'm not too familiar with all of these games. Like these more established multiplayer games, but I know CS:GO also sells skins, like, and they have sites where you can gamble and like roll for skins, and like it's straight up gambling. I think that's part of the reason CS:GO is as huge as it is, because it kind of enables people who have gambling proclivities to get into it while also playing video games. So I would agree, those are examples of really bad loot box things. But these new franchises that came out and tried to do it, it was not well received at all. This one he's showing right here, Shadow of War, was basically bullied into oblivion, to the point where they stripped out all of these things after the game launched because it was so roundly mocked and detested because of it. And even now, the game still is kind of a shell of its former self because it was built on all of this. But me opening up FIFA as you say that, that's awesome. Yeah, but it's really, really interesting. I think that there is an argument to be made that there's a really unethical aspect to what a lot of these companies tried to do with loot boxes. I hate the idea of like paying $20 for a skin in like Call of Duty, but at least with that, you know what you're buying. I still think it's freaking dumb for people to pay $20 for a skin. And I think the people buying those skins for $20 probably would also agree that that's freaking dumb. But at least you know what you're getting. You know, you're saying, okay, I'm going to put $20 up and I'm going to get this digital thing in exchange. Okay, that I think it's stupid, but at least that's transparent.
Predatory manner. Whether it's feeding off of players' addictions by implementing gambling adjacent mechanics, or their frustration by creating problems and selling back the solutions.
And I agree. One of my problems with like Assassin's Creed recently is that they build these games basically balanced around you using an XP booster. And then if you don't use the XP booster, then the game is a total grind and miserable. And it's like, yeah, so they created a problem and now they're selling you the solution. Totally agree. Totally agree. Major, major problem. And thankfully, when games tend to do that, they usually are reviewed poorly and roundly mocked by the industry. Usually. The only exceptions are with franchises where people have become accustomed to that type of behavior and thing. Such as, you know, in the case of a lot of these multiplayer shooters and games. But even in cases like that, like Diablo Immortal, that game was also heavily mocked at launch and received a lot of hate because it like broke. If you leveled up to max level, like the game just didn't work anymore because they assumed nobody would ever be like crazy enough to actually spend all that money. Luke, are you going to be playing Diablo 4? Maybe. I'm honestly not sure. I've never played a ton of those games, those types of games, but this could be the first one. I don't know.
Or FOMO with limited time.
The point remains that unethical practices have always existed in the industry. Yes. I think that part of it now, and this is true of like news events and everything, a lot of things now are just more visible. So like, for example, Assassin's Creed Unity, a lot of those bugs that became iconic, like the faceless thing, you know, the ones like, by the way, go to LukeStevensTV.com and buy some stickers. Do that right now. LukeStevensTV.com, LukeStevensTV.com. Okay, buy some stickers. If you buy all three, I'll throw in a Just Wow sticker that's signed before they're all gone. Like if I just look up AC Unity bugs, this. Yeah, first thing to come up. This bug was actually incredibly rare. This happened to just a handful of people. But it was so eye-catching, for lack of a better word, that now people permanently associate the two things together. People are like, oh yeah, no, that's AC Unity. It's the game that had, it's the game that had like the skinless faces for everybody. So, yeah, it's very iconic, but that was very, very rare. It just spread quickly. And that's the thing, like you can start to feel like, oh my God, the country's falling apart. In Ohio, a train derailed and then there's a massive smoke cloud. And then also over here, Putin's doing some shit. The world's falling apart. And it's like stuff like this always happened throughout all of human history. The difference was 20 years ago, it would have taken weeks to find out. And even then, you probably would have seen it in a small article in the newspaper. So if you didn't read the newspaper, you never found out about it. It's the same thing like my parents do this all the time where they're like, oh, well, back in the like 60s or 70s or 80s, when I was growing up, we didn't have, you know, kids getting kidnapped. It's like, well, like we can demonstrate that they were kidnapped. You just didn't hear about it. Like it's just a matter of how visible these things are. So with this stuff, shady stuff has always existed in the industry. It's always been a problem. Like we had a gaming crash in the 80s because of how shady these companies tried to be. And, you know, it's always been a problem. It's always been an issue. It's just now very, very visible. And a lot of people have grown accustomed to it and have just learned to deal with it. So they just buy the stuff anyways. They kind of get over it. Yes, by the way, yes, like Rocky said, there's the link to the video. Boop. Why isn't gaming fun anymore from the pie face? Like I said, I think this guy's doing really, really good work. I'm actually very impressed. He's making videos far better than I was at this size of a channel. So I'll give him that. Props.
Buy now expensive skins. The online nature of the live service model has primed games for these sort of exploitations. It's not completely without its pushback though, as we gamers have been successful in combating some of these changes, as is the case with loot boxes, as we've pretty much eradicated those from most PC and console games at this point. though it definitely seems like a losing battle as every year more ground gives way to the normalization of such strategies, in like a 1 step forward, 10 step back kind of way. For example, if we look back, it wasn't that long ago when DLC was considered outrageous. It was seen as devs taking content out of the original game and holding it back to sell later. But as always, the ground gave way, and the conversation shifted to whether or not it was day one DLC, or how much effort they put into the DLC, if the content was worth it. Fast forward to today, where similar conversations are being had about the pay-to-win debate, where at first any pay-to-win is completely unacceptable, to now being able to find conversations about how a certain game is not that pay-to-win. But
and I would like, this stuff is normalized, sure. My like shady stuff's always existed in the industry, like we said. So if you're saying the industry is different now than it was, I'm not sure you can say that. It's just like they've changed tactics a little, but fundamentally the same types of people are still running these companies. They're just trying to find different ways of doing this. Yeah, a lot of this stuff is normalized. I would agree. People are more used to it now. But all of this is sort of tangential to the point that is trying to be made here, which is that the gaming industry as a whole is like seriously sick. It's ill. There's some sort of problem that needs to be remedied quickly. And it's like I said at the top of this whole segment where I was like, yeah, it's really easy for us to take a couple of examples and games that are doing really, really poorly. Like, you know, we've pulled up, it's kind of been revolving around maybe 6 or 7 games as the prime examples of greedy, heavy monetization crap. And it's easy to look at those, but like, why aren't we talking about Elden Ring? Why aren't we talking about, like, I mean, honestly, anything from Nintendo, because those games are always really, really solid on launch. Why aren't we talking about, unless it's Splatoon, why are we talking, or aren't we talking about, you know, Naughty Dog's titles? You know, like, there's a lot of games that you could talk about where this doesn't hold up and is a great example of a really high quality, artistic, and great game. But we don't talk about those because those aren't convenient and they don't help prove the point, you know? So it's easy to start to feel demoralized very quickly when you hear all of these things. But really, like 6, 7 games that are really, really bad in the span of 15 years really is not and as bad as you would expect for like a $200 billion industry, you know? So it's not terrible. Rocky, let's see. Oh yeah, that looks great, Rocky. Yeah, Asobo stuff, Ninja Theory stuff. There's so many teams and developers that you could look at and be like, look at how great their stuff is. There's so many ways you could do this, but it doesn't really help the. Oh no. Oh, we're back. We disconnected for a minute.
Ian Allen super chatted $20. I don't hate the idea of cosmetic microtransactions. I do hate that they are expensive. In Assassin's Creed Valhalla they made a bunch of absurd cosmetics that didn't fit the setting and charged $10 plus for them. No thank you.
Yeah, Ian, I would agree. And I think from what I've heard, the rumblings are that most people seem to agree with you. I haven't heard that they are selling very many of those cosmetics. Like the straight up Iron Man one that leaked, that was terrible. That was laughable. But thank you again, Ian, for the 20. And I agree, like, we can say, oh, it sucks that cosmetic microtransactions are normalized. But like, also it's the same thing when people are like, back in the day, games didn't ship with day one patches. They just shipped. And it's like, yeah, that's why there were bugs in some of these games that you grew up playing that were never fixed, that are like key to speedrunners breaking the game quickly. Whereas if the game had launched nowadays, it would have been patched out and fixed pretty quickly because they would have only discovered it after the fact and they can improve the game after it launches. It's not an excuse to launch a broken game, but nowadays you can continue improving the game, polishing, refining, improving performance after it's come out. That's awesome. Like one of the main strats in like Donkey Kong, is it Donkey Kong 64? I think is what it is. There's like a whole strat for speedrunners tied to throwing up as many like oranges or whatever they are, or coconuts or something, as quickly as you can, because it causes the frame rate to plummet which breaks the game's physics and allows you to like clip into objects in a certain way. And if the game launched nowadays, that would just be fixed and they could try to get it running more stable. You know? But like it's really, is it bananas? It's bananas. I don't know why I'm picturing oranges in my head when I see this like screenshot in my head of them doing it. It's always oranges. Anyway, but it's again, it's just this sort of like old man River sitting down there on his rocking chair being like, back in my day, things were better. It's like, yeah, they were different. I don't know if they were better. They were just different. There's also a lot of things we can do nowadays that are way cooler. You know, and for me, one of the biggest things is the accessibility of indie developers to be able to come out and do some amazing things and have the support of developers in that way. I think that, or the support of publishers in that way. I think that can be great. Luke, thank you for the 2. Vala Llama shop armor was stupid. Valaha, I'm guessing is what it was. Shop armor was also stupid. A lot of the stuff they did there was broken. A lot of it. Luke, will you play Armored Core 1, 2, and 3 in anticipation for 6? I should warn you. If not, I will unsubscribe. I don't even know where to play Armored Core 1, 2, or 3. I'll be real. I have no idea where you would even do that. Are they even on like PC, or would I have to get like an emulator or something? I don't know. I have 400 hours in Valhalla, and I hate myself. I tried so hard to like that game. Yeah, you did. But you know what?
Assassin's Creed Valhalla.
Sometimes it just isn't working. Sometimes. Anyway, let's keep
Complaining
chatting.
about monetization in games is nothing new or original. In fact, it's an oversaturated market, and at this point, just feels like beating a dead horse. It seems you'll never get enough people to care about this topic, and until that happens, nothing will change. Instead, I'd like to talk about a bit of a hot take here, that in the past 10 years, gaming really hasn't changed much at all. The gaming industry feels pretty stagnant. If I compare games as they are now to how I thought they would be by now as a kid, the picture is very disappointing. As a kid who just discovered MMOs like RuneScape and World of Warcraft, I was blown away by the idea of what MMOs could be in the future. I would hop off World of Warcraft and go play Dungeons & Dragons and think, man, one day World of Warcraft is going to have the same level of choice and consequence that I can have with my imagination playing D&D. Now obviously that hasn't happened yet, and as a kid I didn't know anything about game development. But I've heard a similar observation from Razboon in his video series Gaming for a Non-Gamer, which is a great series, and I recommend you check it out, where he discusses his wife's disappointment discovering video games for the first time.
Her expectations for what she thought she could do in each game were always different than the reality, and I think as she realized that games were more simple than she had first assumed, some of the intrigue about them faded.
There's a massive lack of innovation and risk-taking in the AAA space, as we see games like Skyrim being released 1 billion times, The Last of Us is getting its 3rd version of the game, Call of Duty ran out of ideas and decided to just loop back around and start re-releasing their games in order again, hoping nobody would notice, but they somehow made all the games worse so everyone noticed. Which brings me to my next point, where not only are companies not really interested in innovating at all, but they seem to be actively taking steps backwards in innovation. If you look at something like the original Fallout's super in-depth dialogue system versus Fallout 4's dialogue system, it's a huge step back. And that's a tame example. It gets so much worse. Blizzard, for example, figured out that they can retroactively ruin a 20-year-old game with Warcraft 3 Reforged. Well, I guess that was pretty innovative. The only real innovations coming out of this industry are coming from indie developers and modders, the latter of which is responsible for the 2 biggest genres in the past decade, and that's without even the expectation of getting paid. Isn't that weird? Kind of goes against the conventional capitalist thinking, huh? Looking at the...
No, I mean, indie devs do get paid. Modders, I guess not, you know, I guess, but I don't know how you could say that like the biggest games, what did he say exactly? Biggest
the
games?
latter of which is responsible for the 2 biggest genres in the past decade.
2 biggest genres in the last decade. Okay, but we're looking at games. Like coming up with a game mode is cool, but the games have to be delivered. That's a little bit of a separate thing. Like I would agree, innovation has stagnated with big AAA releases. Again, it's partially because they don't have to pump out crazy different things so long as people continue to purchase them. Like if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? If you and I are still playing Call of Duty 15, 17, whatever, then they're just going to keep putting it out because they don't need to change it. Because why would they, right? Like, they don't need to because people are still buying it. They're still doing it. And this is why, like, it's fair to, like, acknowledge these things, but also at the end of the day, the community has grown larger than individual takes. Perhaps unfortunately, but it's just so big now that when they're developing games like Call of Duty, they're looking at the mass public that's going to be playing it, the millions and millions of people who are going to play it, and they're developing the game for them. And so while that can be frustrating that they're developing the game for somebody that's not you and that they like the game but you don't, that's frustrating. I get it, but it's also just, it is the case. Like, there's not much you can do. And then as for innovation, these games have gone from costing maybe like $1 to $5 million to produce to the biggest games now being $50 to $100 to $200 million projects. These games are massive. They require teams of thousands of people to develop, whereas back in the day, it took a team of maybe 100 people a couple of years or a few years to put something together that was really cool. Games have just gotten crazy complicated, crazy difficult to keep functioning long term. And that means that you need more time in the oven. And because the investment's so large, you can't take the same risks that you used to be able to take when the projects were smaller. Part of the reason that we got It Takes Two is because that was a smaller game by a smaller studio that didn't cost as much, so they could experiment and take a risk. That game very easily could have flopped horribly. Would not have been that difficult to flop something like that. But thankfully, it did really, really well. So, you know, I get the sentiment. I totally understand the sentiment. But this is also partially, he acknowledges indie stuff. I would say indie games are part of the gaming industry. If his point is just that massive quadruple A game development is stagnant and boring and heavily monetized now, I'd say yes, and we don't have a problem. But if the thesis is that the games industry as a whole is significantly ill, then, you know, that changes things.
And that's without even the expectation of getting paid. Isn't that weird? Kind of goes against the conventional capitalist thinking, huh? Looking at the trajectory of the industry, it's really hard to not just be depressed about it all and wonder if the industry can ever course correct. It's weird to think that.
And again, I will just reaffirm this. Again, he's saying that, like, he shows the example of Fortnite as being like an example of all of these problems kind of concentrated. But Fortnite regularly has millions upon millions of players. A lot of them are young, yes, but that's because they're building the game for those younger audiences. Call of Duty, you might think that Call of Duty is like morally and creatively bankrupt, kind of like I do. But that's because the game isn't being developed for you and I. It's being developed for the people that are currently playing it, and that's millions and millions of people. So just because the game isn't for us doesn't mean that all of a sudden everything is collapsing. Like, it's a very sort of self-centric way of looking at the industry. Because again, if we're looking at the industry, you have to look at it from a bird's eye view, top down over everything. You don't get to just be like, well, but I don't like this game, therefore industry dying. It's a little more complicated than that. Even streamers are still playing Fortnite, more positive compared to COD. Yeah, no, a lot of the biggest streamers are moving over to Fortnite again because Call of Duty is burning them out, and so is everything else. And they just have to wait until Dr. Disrespect's NFT game comes out, and then they can win a $100,000 skin while extracting, guys. Don't you know?
Things like YouTube, Reddit, and all these other social media sites haven't really been around that long. And yet it's sometimes hard to remember what it was like before they existed.
Yeah, YouTube's like 2005.
These sites have made data mining, crowdsourced information, and video guides all accessible to everyone at all times. In some cases, the internet will have every bit of information about every mechanic and secret in a given game before they even release. And all of these things have drastically changed how we play video games. Let's take a look at a game like World of Warcraft. If I had to describe how I feel playing retail WoW in one word, it would be emptiness. Not because of a lack of content necessarily, so much as the game just kind of feels soulless. Where before, the game was about adventure and discovery, it is instead now a game about optimization. It's essentially a solved game, where add-ons and logs have optimized gameplay to a T, with little room for experimentation or creativity. Which is fine. I mean, no one likes to play suboptimally. I'm not trying to vilify optimization, as it can be quite fun for some people. Take speedrunning, for example. Speedrunning is such an interesting hobby to me. It's something I've always wanted to get into, but I've always felt a little intimidated by. The stuff that people are able to achieve with speedrunning is truly mind-blowing. Some of which is only really possible because of the interconnected nature of modern gaming, where sharing glitches and exploits is part of the fun of collectively iterating on runs to shave off more and more time. But then if you look at something like RuneScape, one of the most solved games that has become literally all about the optimization, you'll find a community who's made it a tradition of coming up with off-the-wall challenges and restrictions inflicted upon their accounts, also known as snowflake accounts, so that they are forced to forge their own path. There's no guide to follow.
DM me later.
This is
Wanna talk
interesting.
about some whitey stuff. Wondering what insights you may have. Not reaching all 60k subs, it feels like.
Sure, yeah, no, I can give that a shot. This is interesting. This is like, he's talking about the sort of mystery of a new game, the excitement that comes with the unknown and the adventure and exploration. However, like, it's true for like literally every game. Like, he brings up RuneScape. RuneScape also has had this, and a lot of these other games like WoW do this, of course, now. And so it's like, yeah, but if you don't want to like look up guides on how to play Elden Ring in the most efficient way, like, just don't. Nobody's forcing you to. And especially with single player games or like these PvE games, like, nobody has to go out and do that. Like, you're choosing to do that, so it seems weird to complain about it. Like, I agree, the first run through of a game like Elden Ring is going to be more magical than the second run through where you already know where everything is. I agree, but that's like, I don't get it. Like, again, he's saying like the industry or the world has changed, so the way we play games is different now. So because the world is different now, maybe it's our fault that the industry feels different. But like, again, I think so much of this is just that he has a strong nostalgia bias towards older games that he really enjoyed back in the day. And now he doesn't enjoy these games as much for, I'm sure, a handful of reasons. But he's trying to figure out why that is. And so it's just kind of like a broad, almost dismissal of the industry, when in reality it's just, like I said at the top of this, it's probably that he's just burnt out. And that happens to everybody. Everybody. I like new movies. I tell YouTube not to show me anything, but I will say there are things like some a-hole in publishing an article hours after release to spoil major things. Yeah, I can see that could be frustrating. I think the guides and help has much more of an impact on PvP games. It's now so easy to go online and learn a game's meta that creates incentive for everyone to learn and play by the meta. Yeah, JJ. And I think part of it is also with games like Warzone. Everybody, it seems like everybody I run into in like Apex and Warzone nowadays, if I play, is like a TTV username, and so they're clearly trying to make it as a streamer, so they're all trying to use the best metas, and they're all trying to do their thing, and so I don't know. I think it's a combination of a lot of different things, but it's like, especially in a PvE game, I just don't understand how you can complain about guides existing. Like, nobody's forcing you to read it. In a PvP game, yeah, if you want to be competitive, you got to do it. But in a PvE game, I don't get that. I played Elden Ring and went and got the Meteorite staff, and knowing its mainstream OP infamy later, it kind of subtracts from the experience a bit. Interesting. I mean, maybe, I guess if you look it up, then maybe you feel like maybe you cheated or something. I don't, like the Sword of Night and Flame. If you just use the Sword of Night and Flame, and you're like, oh, this is an awesome weapon. You play the game and you have a good time, and you find the game pretty easy, and then you look it up later and people are like, lol, you basically cheated. Then I guess that could kind of spoil the fun, but like that's more an issue of peer pressure and feeling insecure. Like if somebody told me that, I'd be like, oh, sounds like you're jealous you didn't find it. Maybe like you should look in the mirror if you want to be miserable while playing games. I just played the game and I had fun. That's it.
On how to clear one of the hardest raids in old school RuneScape if you're not allowed to leave the swamp zone. But one man, after 3 years of theory crafting, grinding, and 33 very entertaining YouTube videos, was able to accomplish that goal, with hundreds and thousands of people watching and loving it. So clearly, the problem for World of Warcraft isn't just optimization itself. It's that optimization isn't just confined to the few who enjoy it, but instead sort of forced onto everyone else. With all these tools available to everyone and things like
again, I think this is only really... Did he even say kind of forced?
But instead sort of forced onto
Sort of forced. It's not, though. If you're playing a PvE game, it's not. If you're playing a PvP, like, competitive game, I totally get that, and I would agree. Like, the DMR, whether you liked it or not, if you weren't using a DMR during DMR zone, you weren't going to have fun. It was a 2-tap kill no matter where you were on the map because it didn't have, like, fall off. It was ridiculous. It totally broke the game. And the only way you could be competitive and have a chance of placing in the top 20 is if you were also running a DMR. So I would agree, like that's an instance where you need the meta and you got to figure it out. I think that's an extreme example because that was an example of like the game being broken for a period of time. I will admit, like I'm not super familiar with WoW balancing and metas within World of Warcraft, so I don't know if it actually makes like that big of a difference, but like, again, nobody's forcing you to use the guide. Like, if you don't enjoy being the try-hard min-maxer, that's okay. Just don't do it.
Everyone else. With all these tools available to everyone and things like Raider.io assigning public completion scores, everyone is expected to be fully optimized or not play the game. Because again, no one likes to play suboptimally. Ignorance truly is bliss. It's my opinion that this is the real reason why World of Warcraft has been struggling. Like Asmongold has said, Blizzard has ignored the casual audience and failed to produce fun and compelling activities that aren't just about the optimization. Instead, they just continue to double down on the raids and dungeons catering to this nature of gameplay. Now, as of this recording, Dragonflight has not released yet, so maybe that will be the expansion that fixes this issue. But it's not just retail. A lot of players were excited about Classic and logged in expecting to recapture that nostalgic sense of adventure. But things are too different now. The way we play games is too different now. The game didn't seem nearly as hard as they remembered, the world not as vast. But I think it comes down to the fact that every facet of the game has been solved already, and that the joy of the original release lied in the discovery and the journey. Now, this is not everyone's opinion. There's still plenty of people that very much enjoyed Classic. This is mostly just anecdotal sentiment from me and my friends. But I do think that this might be why so many people get excited whenever a new MMO is released. It's a chance to discover things for the first time, to not be beholden to the methods and builds that someone else already figured.
Yeah, the vibe I get from this whole section is that he just doesn't like the try-hard min-maxing. And that's great. I agree. Some games I do love it. But like in this type of game, yeah, I can understand why you don't love that. But like I feel like we're straying pretty far from the point of why isn't gaming fun anymore? Like if your frustration is with tryhards and the more committed min-maxing audience taking over MMOs you used to like, okay. But like it's strayed pretty far.
Figured out, and everyone is expected to use. A chance for you to be the one that discovers those methods. But for better or for worse, this is just the way the world is now. Maybe someday a game will come out that is immune to this phenomenon. A game that can't be solved, where the discovery never goes away. Doesn't seem possible, but who knows? Maybe.
No, I think you're asking for a magical game. Like, games eventually will get old, no matter what it is, no matter how much you play it. Eventually, the game will start to feel old. That's why even people like Asmongold, who have played thousands of hours of various MMOs, even they are like, yeah, no, the game is not perfect. It's definitely got some problems here and there. It's definitely got to be tweaked. They'll get burnt out. They'll go play some other game for a little while. It's just a staple of video games. Like, it's a staple. What video is this? It's titled right here. You can see the title. I left it on screen from the pie face. But if you just look up that, then you can see it.
Maybe someday. I don't feel like a different person. I feel like I always have been and always will be me. But I've changed my mind and opinions on a lot of things in the past 10 years. Growing up and dealing with adult responsibilities can be really stressful. You're faced with a lot of change and uncertainty, and it can be really easy to succumb to worry and regret. But worry and regret are just a waste of time. Time that could be better spent having fun. You know, people say video games are a waste of time, but personally, I think that having fun and enjoying your life is the best way to spend your time. But what do you do if you no longer enjoy your favorite hobby? With this fog hanging over my head, I began reminiscing on how I used to enjoy games. I used to spend countless hours grinding the ladder in StarCraft 2, working on refining builds, seeing small improvements over time, making quantifiable progress in a skill feels so good. The dopamine. But today, if you asked me to play just about any competitive game, I could not be fucking bothered. I haven't played League of Legends in like 9 years, but I booted it up a couple of months ago. My friends were telling me about all the new champions, and the new metas, and the new builds, and I just wanted to go take a nap. Is it because my attention span is shot? Is the lack of elasticity in my rotting brain protesting against me trying to shove even more useless shit into it? Maybe both. I used to have the drive to spend hours learning everything I could about a new game.
You might not like this, but I'm getting the vibe that the answer to this entire video is just simply, you grew up. I'm starting to get the vibe, man. It's like, yeah, back when I was a teen, I loved these games, and in college, I loved games, and you know, right around the time I got out of college and went out into the real world and became an adult, then these games started to like feel needlessly difficult. Like, that's very common. Like, people get out of college, they all of a sudden have a full-time job that they have to work in order to pay for their existence. They have other things they're concerned with and stressed about. And so sitting down at their desk and starting to be stressed about grinding this dungeon or trying to min-max your character, that just all of a sudden your perspective has changed and it doesn't feel like that's a good use of your time anymore. That happens to everybody. Like that is a thing. I played a hell of a lot more multiplayer games, I'll tell you what, before Lachlan came, before my little dude joined our little family. But now that he's here, yeah, it doesn't sound fun to like grind out a battle royale to work my way up. Like, and that's okay. That's okay. Your life got bigger than just these video games. That's okay. I understand the desire for that nostalgic feeling of getting lost in those games again, like when you were a teenager, when life was simpler. I get it, but I don't think that's gaming's fault. I think that's life's fault. You know? Like, I feel for you, because that magic is something that is really, truly special. To be able to actually experience this stuff and to escape to another world, that's something I hope everybody gets to experience in their lifetime. It's amazing. But I'm starting to really get the vibe that this is more a reflection of what adulthood and life has done to you, my friend, and not necessarily gaming as a whole. And yeah, like Drinner says, kiddos and family are the real adventure, man. Yeah, and honestly, I cannot wait for the time when I can actually like play games with Lockie. It's going to be amazing. Can you imagine? Oh, it's going to be so much fun. When we can build Lego sets together, when we can do that, yeah. I'm not saying everybody needs kids, but I'm just saying, yeah, it builds and adds to life. You know, I feel like life is bigger than just games now for me, and I'm not necessarily bummed about it, you know? Bro, kids only want to play Roblox. No son of mine will. Rocky, all right, it's 7 a.m. Time for me to take a shower and take off for class. Just a reminder, a lot of DMs sent from my end to you, so take your time, and I'll keep you updated on PiePhase. Yes, this is a repeat. Okay, sorry, Rocky. Sounds good. Go get some sleep, my friend. Let's see how he wraps this up.
There were times where all I could think about was whatever game I was currently playing, thinking about what I wanted to accomplish next, how I was going to do it, and I wouldn't stop until I finished.
And then you got a job and didn't have time for that kind of thing.
Nowadays, I'd be lucky to stick with the game for more than a couple weeks before I'm over it, regardless of if I actually finished it or not. So then, are there any games that I do enjoy? After so many disappointing letdowns and trying to enjoy games that just start to annoy me after 2 weeks, this question legitimately crossed my mind. And at the peak of my jadedness, one game proved to me that I did still indeed have the capacity to fall in love with the game. And that game was Valheim. A game that isn't even finished yet, but a game that so perfectly created a sense of adventure and discovery that it reminded me why I love gaming to begin with. So it seems there may still be remnants of a gamer deep underneath all the jadedness. I've proven to myself that I definitely haven't outgrown the hobby. Maybe I've just been playing the wrong games. And sure, the world is different, and the way we play games is different, but there's still fun to be had. And despite the industry's best efforts to cannibalize itself, there will always be passionate indie developers and modders to pick up the slack and make good games and experiences. And maybe that's enough. Well, it kind of has to be enough. But I'm determined to rekindle my love of gaming. And that will be my New Year's resolution. I will begin my search to find the fun.
Good. It's a really wholesome, nice way to end it. And I would agree. Like, you got to find the fun. And more than anything, it seems like his tastes have just simply changed. The MMO grind for min-maxing stuff, I think, is just not in line, and that's okay. That's okay. Plot twist, this was all just an ad for Valheim. Yeah, it's a reverse, like, psyop thing the whole time. Yeah. They're like, oh no, he's not even a real human being. This was an AI generated thing to hype up Valheim. Jesus. Okay, let's last message is the same topic as this vid. Okay. I'm gonna do Skull and Bones real quick before we run out of time. We're gonna talk about that. We're gonna talk about it on Friday. And then that little family emergency happened. So I want to touch on this. So another segment, okay? Transition. Treble Champ, thank you for the $4.99. I feel just like this dude. I play most games on easy to get through the crap. Well, and like a lot of it is just about finding the fun for you. Like, if you are somebody who doesn't like the grind or the misery of chasing down the best min-maxed version of a weapon or something in Elden Ring, that's okay. That's okay. Play the game the way you want to play it, the way you like it. You know, it doesn't have to be this tedious trudge for everybody. You know, it's like when I did that thing on Elden Ring and I posted a video of me using a summon and in a boss fight. And the summon killed the boss after I was in the dying animation, dropping to my knees and stuff. And somebody commented on the TikTok we made about it and was like, oh my God, you use summon, so you're basically not playing the game at all. You're basically on easy mode. And I was like, what an effing loser. Like, imagine your life, you have so little going on that you are trying to find a way to make your time with this game as miserable as you can. So you're actively refusing to engage with mechanics that the developers gave you. And then beyond that, you are shaming other people for doing it. If you're a speedrunner and you want to go through Elden Ring with no weapons at all, do like a no hit, no weapon run. Okay, cool. That's actually kind of awesome. I'm impressed. But can you imagine if that dude came to you and was like, oh my God, you use a sword? we got a loser over here, ladies and gentlemen. No, like, you're the prick. What are you talking about? You wanted to do that. That's fine. That's cool. But to shame somebody for daring to use tools that the developers gave you is just daffy to me. But that type of try-hard thing is definitely present in FromSoft games, and it's certainly present in the community surrounding a lot of these MMOs, which I think maybe this guy just got to the point where he grew up and was like, I kind of hate that toxic vibe. And those people all concentrate in those types of games. And so he's like, yeah, I'm kind of sick of it. And that's why he's frustrated by it. Whereas Valheim, maybe it's changed, but last time I played Valheim, the community was great. There's not really that super crazy try-hard community in Valheim. It's way more chill. So that's at least my perspective on it. Anyway, let's talk about Skull and Bones. For those of you not familiar somehow, Skull and Bones is the game that's been in development since like 2013, 2014 from Ubisoft. And it is meant to be sort of a Assassin's Creed Black Flag spiritual successor, where it's about sailing your ship, it's about collecting materials, upgrading your ship, playing with friends, naval combat, all that stuff. Now, it's been in development for a while, as I mentioned. Started like 2013, 14, roughly, right around the time Black Flag came out, or was about to come out, they started work on this. And let's just say it's been a troubled road. This article, I hate bringing up articles from Kotaku, of course. This one is from July of 2021. So this was 2 years ago. And at the time, it was Ubisoft's 8-year nightmare. That means at this point, it is the 10-year nightmare. It's just this poor game. I just can't figure it out. Now, they've shown some more recent stuff that I will give them credit for. Some of the stuff they've said and shown recently actually doesn't look, in my opinion, horrible. Some of the stuff is actually like, okay, that's not terrible. That could be worse. But like, look at this. I'm pulling up the gameplay clip right here. Like this. If we're looking at this gameplay, it's graphically decent. It's not horrible. You can tell that, it's supposed to be sort of a PvP multiplayer combat game with ships and everything. Not for everybody, but some people love this kind of game and they will defend it ad nauseum. Okay. So for some people, this game is like, this is the tits, this is the game they want. For me, it doesn't look like my kind of game. It doesn't look like the kind of game I'll grind a bunch of time into, but you know what? That's just me. Now, in recent months, I've had a flurry of people reach out to me, sending me emails, DMs on Discord. It was one of the reasons I decided to just close the DMs on Discord because they just were overflowing. And like emails, Twitter DMs, all that stuff. Instagram DMs, weirdly. People send me Instagram DMs all the time, even though I never get on Instagram. I can't stand Instagram, but people send me messages there all the time. Funnily enough, the majority of my offers for like NFT game sponsorships come through Instagram. It's really, really dumb. I don't know why that is, though. But anyway, I've gotten a flurry of messages from people who have played this game during the private access, like testing events, where basically they give members of their community access to a closed beta, basically, of Skull and Bones to do server tests, gameplay tests, make sure things are working properly. My understanding is they've done like 5 to 6 of these things. And this individual asked me not to show all of it, like show all of these pictures individually, because they felt like it would potentially jeopardize, I guess, their I don't really understand it, but basically they sent me all of these screen caps from private events and people that were in the private events, and they said, can you please not share this publicly? I'd like to keep it a little more nuanced, so I'm not going to be showing the screen caps one-to-one. But I will say that there are, across all of the messages I've gotten, testimonials from probably anywhere from 20 to 50 people that are very, very positive towards Skull and Bones. They're like, oh, this game is getting a bad rap. This game is actually really, really good. I think that the combat in the game is actually really solid. The exploration is really great. This one, I was pleasantly surprised. The core gameplay loops I saw here were thoroughly enjoyable. This one, I had more fun playing this technical test than playing most other modern games already out. I can't wait for the release. This message somebody sent, the first 2 hours of gameplay were much more dynamic, jumping way faster into the action than previous playtests, skipping a lot of gathering required to craft the ship, blah, blah, blah. So a ton of stuff. And they sent me a flurry of these messages, basically saying, it's popular to hate on this game, but it's actually really good, I think. And my perspective on all of this is that there's always going to be fans of any game, really. But that being notwithstanding, like if there are for a game like Skull and Bones, let's say 10,000 fans. There's 10,000 fans that are diehard for this game. And they will do anything to play it. They will play it day in, day out for 6 months. What's a little sad, perhaps, is that is nowhere near enough player engagement to justify this game's existence, and certainly not the expense. According to this article from Ubisoft, or from Kotaku on this thing, they have found that as of 2021, they've spent more than $120 million, with that number continuing to balloon, on this game. Right now, this is probably more like 150 million. This game, no joke, will probably, when all is said and done, cost about as much as Red Dead Redemption 2 costs to make. No joke. Like in terms of actual development costs. And that's because they've repeatedly restarted development. They have time and time again had employee like rollover where they've just lost all of their development talent. Like, it's kind of crazy. So even if the game is pretty good and there's 10,000 people that are really, really into it, that's not enough to make most multiplayer games hold up. And that's certainly not enough to justify this game's existence in the long term. My prediction with this game is it'll launch and it'll probably do like a 6, 7 out of 10 rating. And then Ubisoft will can it within a year and they'll close all the servers and just move on. Why don't they just cancel it now? Why don't they just move on? Well, according to 3 sources that talked to Kotaku, a deal with the Singapore government requires the game be released. In addition to hiring a certain number of people at its Singapore studio in exchange for generous subsidies, they said Ubisoft Singapore must also launch original brand new IPs in the next few years. So they made a deal where they got tax breaks, allowing them to either hire more people all at once, build a new studio building or something at a decreased cost, avoid sales or import or employment taxes or something. They made this agreement with the government, and now they have to put the game out. They can't actually cancel it. Otherwise, they won't meet this agreement, and they'll have to pay back all of the subsidies and potentially pay penalties, which could be 2-3 times what they would normally have to pay. So they're a little upset and a little desperate. So across the board, this whole game is just a walking disaster. And so while I appreciate people reaching out and saying, listen, I've played the game and I actually think it's pretty good, I don't mean to like diminish your experience having played it, but there's a reason beyond the playtests that people are highly suspect when it comes to this game. And it's because it's been delayed 6 going on 7 times. It's because it's something that they've clearly wanted to cancel for a long time, but they can't. It's because this game has restarted development a handful of times, not just delayed, restarted development multiple times. It's had, at this point, 3 to 4 different creative directors, which is never a good sign. It, like, every time you list off a new fact, it's like it just gets worse and worse and worse and worse and worse. And that seems to be what's happening here, is that it's just across the board. It just keeps getting worse and worse. So I want to be very clear that I appreciate these people reaching out, but even the people that directly reached out to me, let's go high and say 50 people. 50 people who've played the game, who were in the fan community and already really liked the look of this game and are biased towards it. If they came and had a good time with the game, that's awesome. I'm glad you did. And I hope when the game comes out, you get your money's worth if you buy it and you enjoy it. However, this game, for it to be worth Ubisoft keeping alive and open, long-term support, all of that, they would have to probably have somewhere in the realm of like 100,000 active players, 50,000 active players. 50,000 active players. So, 50,000 active players. 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 50,0 So a couple thousand, 5,000, 10,000 at launch probably is not enough to do it. And when the perception around a game from day one is that this game is doomed, there's no saving that. Like the moment that a player thinks this game is going to die quick, they're not going to commit dozens upon dozens or hundreds upon hundreds of hours grinding it out just because of the perception that it's going to be a waste of time in the long run, you know? It just doesn't make sense. Let me see. I'll read Sasha's comments. I can do that. Hold on. In addition to Maddie, you should check out the channel called Juicehead. He has pretty interesting videos on Bethesda CDPR stuff. He recently covered interesting Fallout news. Yes, I did. I've heard of Juicehead. I know he does a ton of Bethesda specific stuff. So I'm familiar. Let's see, Sasha, there I do not agree. I've played 2 betas of this game, and it has an identity crisis. It does not know what it wants to be, and mechanics are bad. It further feels like LA during rush hour. WTF. The combat mechanics are simply bad and not fluent, or maybe fluid. The collection of resources is even worse. Finding out which ship to attack when doing quests is awful. The hunt for sea creatures is a joke. Well, and I think that all is very good information. And these people that have reached out to me, that I have these screenshots of their comments, I'm sure they would vehemently disagree with you as well. I'll be real. I'm looking at this footage. I don't find this particularly compelling. I think it doesn't look bad graphically. I think graphically it looks pretty good. It looks sort of like a streamlined version of Black Flag's combat. But I don't see anything here that makes me go, this is worth $70 and weeks of my time. I just personally don't see it. And the fact that there's no like melee combat, it's all in the ship. You can leave the ship and walk around islands, but that's not like the main means of exploration. It's all ship based. There's just a lot of different pieces of this puzzle that I'm like, it's not coming together. And the identity crisis thing, I think I would certainly agree with that perception, because that's something that's also outlined in this article, is that, hold on, creative. Let's see. Yeah, some of the developers blame the clear lack of direction from above, with decisions filtering through too many senior leads with few willing to take responsibility for difficult calls. Others feel like the project was rushed from the beginning, always settling on the quickest short-term solution to a problem that would inevitably become a major headache later on. Culture clashes on the team. Several current and former developers said those coming from Assassin's Creed side were used to top-down decision-making and handcrafting everything down to the details. Coming off of managing a free-to-play multiplayer game, however, the Ghost Recon Phantoms team was used to constantly iterating and working horizontally. The project is also now, this is as of 2021, it might have had a 4th by now, but it's on its 3rd creative director, Elizabeth Pellin, who formerly was a vice president of editorial in Ubisoft's Paris office. Before her, it was Justin Farron, who some said had great ideas but lacked a clear vision for the game that aligned with HQ's ambitions. And before that, it was Sebastian Puel, a longtime Assassin's Creed producer from the Montreal office who had little experience in designing a multiplayer game. Each new creative director would be accompanied by a leadership shakeup, 5 current and former developers said. Producers, game directors, and creative leads would all jump ship or be pushed overboard, do you like all the puns, during these periods, a pattern of upheaval that has taken a massive toll on the life of the project. I mean, imagine working on anything for like 10 freaking years, and every 3 years, a new head honcho is brought in from outside the project, not even within, from outside the project. They come in, replace all the managers, and completely change and often restart development. No wonder it's fallen apart. No wonder. Quote, every time we got feedback from Paris, they would just freak out and change everything and then change the people working on it. And that happened multiple times. What? Each new regime would try to put its own mark on the project beyond staffing, but would eventually relearn the same hard lesson as earlier groups. Fundamental questions like, quote, do you play as a pirate or do you play as a boat, were constantly closed and reopened. At E3 2017 and 18, it was the latter. You play as a boat, basically. You know, it's a ship simulator. You don't play as a pirate, you don't play as an individual pirate. But after Pellin took over, the team was tasked with letting players go ashore to explore islands on foot. The existing tools and assets pipelines were for ships on water. Land locomotion would require new ones. According to 3 current and former developers, Skull and Bones lost 6 months to a year on issues like these alone. Just across the board. No clear direction, no clear guidelines. They didn't know what this game was supposed to be. Even something as simple as, do you play as a boat or as a person? They hadn't settled on after like 4 years in development. What? Like, that's insane. Yeah, wait, so you can walk around like that, but you can't board the ships? That's correct. That's my understanding. That's my understanding. Big brain idea. Make a boat that can walk. It just sprouts legs and starts wobbling on shore. Yeah, it tries to be a survival game, an extension of Black Flag, but it does not feel either or. It's every time you find out more about this game, it's just red flags, red flags, red flags. Just, oh, they hadn't decided after 4 years if you were going to play as a boat or a person. Seems like a pretty important decision, right? Kind of a crucial piece. It would be like if you found out that for The Last of Us Part 2, they had worked on it for 4 years and hadn't decided if you were going to play as Joel or Ellie. You'd be like, it's kind of important. That's kind of an important decision. But in this case, it's bigger than that because it's fundamentally different. It's like deciding, I don't know, because it's like, do we make the game just about this one gameplay system or do we expand it to a much broader one? It would be like, not deciding after a few years of development on, I don't know, what would be a good example? You could say something like, Dying Light 2. Like after a few years of development, they hadn't decided if you were going to be allowed to free run or not. It's like, well, that's kind of important. Like that's a major decision. It's going to make or break the game. Like it's honestly crazy. Ubisoft honestly needs to be taken over by another company, Sony, please, or Microsoft. It's these executives, like Yves Guillemot, that refuse to take accountability and accept that they might be the problem. And they just keep making things worse and worse. And one of the common things, like they just said, they would do showcases of Skull and Bones gameplay. They'd show it to Yves Guillemot and the other management, and they would look at it and they'd be like, we do not like this. And then they would cut the whole thing. They'd force them to basically restart. And I think it's fundamentally just because from the very beginning, it wasn't clear what this game was supposed to be. Is it supposed to be Black Flag with ship, like a focus on sailing? Is that what it's supposed to be? Or is it just a pirate ship simulator? Because if it's that, this should have been out back in like 2016. This should not have taken very long at all. Just throw it together, use the same system as Black Flag, and just pump it out. It'll probably do badly, but move on from it. And I think they realized that. So they were like, okay, we have to add something different. And then Sea of Thieves came out, and they're like, okay, well, can we do Sea of Thieves stuff? They're like, maybe, but right now it's just a ship simulator. We don't have the ability to go on islands or land. How do we do that? And so they're like, okay, well, we'll figure that out. And just across the board, it just doesn't make sense. And as they bring in new creative leads, they restart development, they restart all of these things, try to change it. And it just never really comes together. And so I'm glad some people are really enjoying their time with the game right now. But I don't think it's going to be enough. I don't think that anecdotal experience is enough to like win me over, because my problems with Skull and Bones are numerous, And it's going to take more than a couple of anecdotal testimonies that people are like kind of enjoying it to win me over, especially because the testimonials from people who have played the closed tests are far from unanimously positive, as we see in here. Sasha played it, and Sasha's like, nope, not good, terrible, very bad. So it's not as simple as just like, well, but I liked it, so therefore you should lighten up and be positive towards it. It's like, no, it's a little more complicated than that. Why wouldn't I just buy Black Flag on sale? Well, and I think that is exactly the reason, and the problem they've had with this game is that they haven't really been able to find a way to make it feel like its own game without just being like a stripped down version of Black Flag 2. And that's an issue. And I think a lot of people will just come to expect that this game will be like Black Flag 2, and then when it's not, they're going to be pissed. Honestly, this whole thing should, in a perfect world, they would take what they have here, they would take all the tech and things that they've built for it, and they would rework it with Ubisoft Montreal or Quebec and turn it into Black Flag 2. Just embrace the fact that it is going to be very similar and just turn it into an Assassin's Creed game. Like, just forget about it. But they can't do that, so. With the right group of friends, I think this game would be lit. I think probably for like 5-10 hours, you could probably have some fun with it, I would guess. But 5 to 10 hours of gameplay does not save a multiplayer game. A multiplayer live service game with a battle pass, it's not going to do it. It just isn't. They need to do a heck of a lot more than just captivate me for like 5 to 10 hours. But honestly, if they want to stand a chance, they got to bring this to Game Pass. But Game Pass might not take it, honestly. And it might not take it for like a couple reasons. For one, Ubisoft might just be looking to try to milk this thing as quickly as they can and then dump it. So charge $70 for it, get the money from the fanboys who are hyping it up and are still positive towards it after all these years. And then maybe they'll bring it to Game Pass for 6 months or Uplay Plus or whatever for 6 months before they shut it down. Or they might not allow it on Game Pass because it's seen as a direct competitor to Xbox's first-party game, Sea of Thieves. So they might not like that. Honestly, I think Xbox probably would just welcome it, but still. Like I said, look at the videos. There is always like 10 to 15 ships around you. Always. It's not even the shanties lifting my spirits. Yeah, it's... I don't know. Part of it, it's really tough to tell if this is... Like, look at all those. It's really tough to tell if this is something they calibrated specifically to try and make the game look more active than it actually is. But it does look kind of hilarious to see like 15 massive pirate ships crammed into a harbor. It does seem very contrived. How's the Singapore government not pulling out at this point? I think it's one of like 15 different agreements they probably have. Because apparently there's a lot of other tech companies in Singapore, and that's why they have been losing a lot of talent. A lot of the talent's been leaving and moving over to those other companies because they pay better. And so they're like, yeah, no, like I think they said Meta has an office out there. So they moved over to Meta and they just leave. So they lose a ton of talent all the time. They should bring the crew from the Titanic, bring more details to the ships. No, you want to talk about the game never coming out. That's how you make sure the game never comes out. You give it to them. Because they're never going to figure it out. Oh, man. But anyway, well, I guess we'll see. Apparently, they're going to try to get Skull and Bones out by later this year. So, we'll see. Maybe they got let go and go back to UB. Do you mean the people that left for the other student? I'm not sure. Why? My question is, why would government invest in a video game? It's not necessarily investing in the video game. It's a common practice with big corporations to get tax breaks in exchange for economic activity and driven behavior in an economy, a local economy. Like probably about 20-25 minutes from where I currently live, Amazon is building a massive like $300 million warehouse. where they can do like same day deliveries and all this cool stuff. In order to do that, they'd talk to like 5 cities in this North Colorado Front Range area. And they went to each of the cities and they said, we want to build this massive thing here, and we're going to bring probably 12,000 jobs, and we're going to spend $300 million building this thing, and it's going to be really good for your local economies. But for us to choose your city and your county, we need tax breaks. We need perhaps a subsidy where you're going to allow us to get these permits without doing a long legal fight. You're going to allow us to get this deal on electricity, all of these different things. And they negotiated different cities. They eventually got Loveland to allow them to do it. So now they're building a freaking gigantic warehouse over there, and they got tax breaks by doing it. So it's very, very common. It's not that the government of this city is directly involved with Amazon. It's just that they're trying to bring jobs to their community. So they negotiated this thing as a little kickback. And so in this case, Singapore, they were just trying to get tech developers and software companies to come to Singapore. So they offered tax incentives to do it. It worked. A ton of software companies have moved to Singapore, and there's a ton of talent there now. But as a result, they also have to release this game. And normally that wouldn't be a problem because you would just put the game out and then move on. But they happen to assign that team one game that is just in development hell permanently and perpetually, and so they can't get it out. But we'll see what happens when they eventually shove it out and try to move on to the next thing. Luke, thank you for the 5. Luke, please watch the Black Flag cinematic with Blackbeard talking about Edward, and just remember the feeling of anticipation and pure badassery. Oh, dude, that cinematic was awesome. Blackbeard. Yeah, it was the Black Flag cinematic announcement trailer. That's what it was. You guys remember this back in the day? Oh, man. September 18th, 2013. Oh, they need to go back and do pirate stuff again. But talk about a game with a clear vision. This game had clear vision, so it did well. Yeah, it doesn't have volume. If I remember right, this has this thing gets copyright struck by Ubisoft every time I've ever put it in a video, because it looks so badass. I've tried to put it into a ton of videos just as a cinematic. It's badass, but Ubisoft, they go hard. But man, it looks good. They really should do a sequel. They really should. It would be easy money. Imagine if they announced it. They would make so much money if they did a sequel to Black Flag. Like one and done. Easy. Easy money. But anyway, guys, it is 2:30. We went for an extra 30 minutes or so. Always fun. I'm going to call it there. My voice is starting to go, so I'm going to take it a little easy. And I think we'll wrap up there. They give you a onesie, but copyright strike you for cinematics. Yeah, it's the automated system. They're not as bad as Rockstar. Rockstar and Take-Two Interactive are unbelievable. I used a cutscene from Red Dead Redemption 2, and they copyright struck the whole video because they used part of that cutscene in a trailer that they had copyright on. It's like insane. It was ridiculous. All right, I'm going to go play KSP. I will probably be doing that to Kimbus a little bit later, so I'll see you in the stars. Yes, and everybody like the stream on your way out. That would really help. Appreciate you. Rogue exists. Yeah, but it's like 1.2. It's not even like a 1.5 version of Black Flag. It's like 1.2. I want like a current gen, great, big, expansive Black Flag sequel. That's all I need. That's what I need. Anyway, much love, everybody. Take it super easy. I will be back on Wednesday. Tomorrow, we should be posting the review of The Last of Us Season 1. It should be really, really fun. And we'll go from there. Stay safe. Stay sexy, everybody. I love you. I'll see you soon. Hugs and kisses. Bye-bye.